Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we're going to be talking about this guy, Jon Snow. And what I normally do is do a brief intro and then get straight into the questions. That's basically all I'm going to do today. Um, I don't think, like with the last few times, we're going through a little mini series of talking about the Stark children. I don't think we really need huge amounts about the background and his history because I think we know this already. So basically, I'm just going to go straight into the questions, if that is okay. Quick hello, though, to all the people there in the chat. I can see you there already. But let's go to start. I think actually we had something in the chat from Commander Ray saying, in my questions, supporting Patreon, I forgot to mention the best character, Ghost. So what do you hope to see him do in the story besides surviving? It's a good question. So there are two main things that I'm expecting from Ghost. The first, you've heard me say many times. I think when the bit of the story we're at, John dies. I think he's not dying. I think that he's going to be skin changing into Ghost, and so that is the next thing that's going to be happening. Then I fully expect Ghost to be playing an important role next to John all the way through the rest of his story arc. There is one, and I might sort of touch on this again, but there is one random comment, prophecy, I think we should probably call it, that does make me wonder whether Danny might ride on Ghost at some point. It's too much of a digression, I fear, to go into it right at the beginning of the stream. However, when Danny is in the House of the Undying, she has all of these visions, and then she gets these kind of words of prophecy, and she gets told about three betrayals, also three mounts to ride. Now, the first one, everybody's pretty clear. This is the silver horse that she's been given to as a wedding gift for Khal Drogo. That's the one for to wed, that she's to ride to wed. Another one is not to fear. So to fear, the second one is to fear is Balerion, not Balerion. I'm all over the place today, guys. Drogon. And then the third, I do wonder, it's to love. And I do wonder whether or not the love is Jon and she is riding Ghost to Jon, because that would then be three completely different animals and three different mounts to ride. But that's a slight digression. The other thing that I've got pretty nailed down in my mind is the closing scene, perhaps of the entire series. I don't know, but certainly I think the closing scene for Jon. I know I'm not alone in thinking that what happened on the TV show, this is one of the few ending bits in the TV show I think actually was pretty right. Him heading north of the wall. And it gives me an opportunity to remind you, and apologies if you've heard me say this before, but I just think it's one of these fantastic little observations that I love to share. Many years ago, I had a guy on here, goes by the name of Bookshelf Stud, who's been in the Song of Ice and Fire community for a very long time. And he set out his theory that what will happen at the very end is that Jon is going to head north of the wall and Ghost is going to go with him, and they will hear the cries of direwolves off in the distance, and then Ghost will reply. Ghost, who is normally absolutely silent, will reply. And some of the reasoning for this was that there's a graphic novel of book one, Game of Thrones. It's actually pretty good. I forget the artist's name. I think it was Mike someone, but he was asked, you obviously had to cut this down. This is a massive book, and then you're turning it into a graphic novel. You obviously have to cut this down. Is there anything that you cut out that George R. R. Martin said, actually, can we have that in? Because that's going to be important later. And he said, yes, there was actually one scene, just perhaps a page of this, that he'd cut out thinking this was pretty extraneous. It was just like a little bit of extra character stuff. But George R. R. Martin had said, no, that's going to be important for the very end of the story. And if you flick through the graphic novel, you will find that it's really tight. There's not much stuff in there that you think, oh, why is this here? This isn't important. But there is one scene quite near the beginning that is in there, where it's, if you remember, when Benjen comes down to Winterfell and there's the feast for the king, and he's sat there. Jon is sort of, he's not allowed in with sort of at the top table, but he's sort of sat there at the edges of this, and Benjen comes and sits down next to him, and Ghost is there, and they start having a conversation which is about heading up to the wall, and then he said, Jon sort of says, no, Ghost never howls, and Benjen says, sometimes I hear the wolves now, the dire wolves howling when I'm north of the wall. And the theory is that this is the foreshadowing. This is the link to what happens at the very end. When Jon goes north of the wall, he hears the dire wolves calling, basically sort of calling him home, because this is where the first chapter of the entire book, the dire wolf has come south of the wall. It shouldn't be there. It should be north of the wall. And now the dire wolf is returning north of the wall, is returning home. Jon is now a whole lot more wolfish, and so this is him metaphorically returning back home. So I really like that theory. So we've got no particular confirmation from George R. Martin on that, but that works really well for me. Okay, let's go to some questions from Patreon. Craig, Jon has demonstrated berserker rage several times. Will he actually utilize that rage once resurrected, perhaps at the Dreadfort after finding what the Boltons have done to Old Nan and the other prisoners from Winterfell? Yeah, so it's easy to miss this, but there are 2, maybe 3 times when Jon does, for want of a better phrase, go into some kind of a berserker rage. He sort of loses, he forgets everything else, and he's just focused on trying to hurt somebody. It happens once with Sir Alistair Thorne, and once with a guy called Iron Emmett. It also happens in his Azor Ahai dream. I don't know whether you saw that recent video from me, when he stood at the top of the wall, he's got the fiery sword, there reaches a moment when he suddenly goes into this kind of berserker rage. Each time the trigger seems to be something to do with his family, particularly Robb, and his place at Winterfell. It seems to kind of trigger something deep inside him, and he goes into this, just nobody can control him. When he launches himself across the table to get to Alistair Thorne, and we're told that 5 people had to hold him back, and these are not small guys. These are quite large men holding him back, and it took 5 people to. So he does seem to have this ability to go into this kind of berserker rage. So is this leading to anything? Well, I think, yeah. You don't just drop that in there if it's not going to lead to anything. So where? I think the clue has to be that this is something to do with family. And I do wonder whether the TV show, we shouldn't look for the TV show for exactly what happens, but sometimes there are kind of like hints that you see at the end of the Battle of the Bastards. If you remember, Ramsay is there on the floor, and then Jon is just pummeling him, and that's almost like him going into this kind of berserker rage there in that moment, because he's punishing him more than just like knocking him down and leaving him for judgment or something like that. He loses control in that moment. So I do wonder, Ramsay, at the moment, he's responsible for a lot that Jon will hate. He's burned down Winterfell. He's killed a whole load of the people who were there. He's done horrors to Jane Poole, who John will remember. I mean, they weren't close, but he will definitely remember her. And it's possible, it's a completely different stream, obviously, but it's possible that he could end up on the show, killing Rickon. He certainly has trained his dogs, his pack of dogs, to be hunting for humans and wolves, which feels a little bit foreshadowy. So I think there is a reasonable chance that he could take this out on Ramsay at some point. But then you also have to say, well, what else might it be? Well, Theon, perhaps. We'll cover the whole Dany issue, what happened on the TV show with Dany, with another question. But yeah, I think it's definitely leading to something. I think that the highest, or the top candidate at the moment has to be Ramsay. But yeah, then maybe let me know in the chat if you think. If you think there's somebody else that has done more to his family and to Winterfell that Jon might lose it with. Stephen van der Werf, watching over on Facebook. Hi, if you're watching on Facebook, great to see you. I will, at some point soon, I will figure out how to be integrating the chat properly into this. But at the moment, I can see your comments, so great to see you. Saying, I think George R. R. Martin was just emphasizing Jon's passion for protecting his family. It also exhibits his nobility, because it's his loyalty and love for a family which didn't reciprocate his feelings, Catelyn, at least. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. It definitely is, but I think there's two elements here. There's one, which is his family love, commitment, which is kind of shown in different ways with the Starks. So you get Lady Stoneheart, who's obviously gone to this kind of ruthless assassin. Actually, those are words that George R. R. Martin used for her. We've got Arya, who's also going into this kind of revenge mode. We've got Sansa, who is kind of like starting to turn back around to the Starks. So there's lots of different responses to all of this from all the different Stark children. And Jon's is this suppressed anger. There's a huge amount of suppressed anger that's going on in there. So we've got that, and we've got this part of his character, which, given that he's part Stark, part Targaryen, you can easily say this is the wolf blood. This is something I often say for like the slightly more hot-tempered Starks, is that they've got the wolf blood. But then a similar kind of phrase, the Targaryen madness is just like, if he's got an element of that from both sides, then yeah, not much hope for him really. Okay, let's go to a couple of people in the chat just saying that it makes sense. Theon possibly, or Ramsay, maybe Roose. Okay, let's go to a question from Flame G, saying, hello, Robert. Regards from Windy North. Hello to the North. My question is, do you think Jon would keep his name after he finds out that he's Lyanna and Rhaegar's son, or would he change it to whatever Lyanna has decided to name him and accepts the surname Targaryen? He strikes me as someone who'd either keep his name as Jon Snow or Jon Stark. What are your thoughts? Well, I mean, my first and overarching thought is that George R. R. Martin, more than most writers, embraces this idea of different names and different identities for a character. And it's not just... So someone like Tolkien often has, characters that have more than one name. You can have Aragorn, who's Strider, and Gandalf is Mithrandir, and sometimes it's just like the name in a different language, or it's just a different people described. So that's one way of doing this. What George R. R. Martin does a lot more is that a different name shows a different character or personality within that same person. So, classic example, Catelyn Stark becoming Lady Stoneheart. Lady Stoneheart is the same person, but effectively a different character, different facets of that character is coming through. And then similarly, you will get Arya, who has these different names at different times, and and that is showing her shifting sort of character as she moves through her own arc. And George R. R. Martin does this to the extent of having different names for the characters as the titles of their chapters. So if you look at Theon, you can see that Theon, George R. R. Martin is showing his identity through the different names. You have the chapters, he's Theon, and then he moves through Reek to the Prince of Winterfell, and we have a ghost in Winterfell, and then eventually the very last chapter we have for him, he's back at being Theon, and that is George R. R. Martin showing us who he is at those particular moments in time. So that's kind of the meta narrative going on here. Jon, therefore, can have different elements to his character depending on where he is and what's going on at that moment in his story. So do not be surprised if we get a chapter. I mean, I would love it. We won't, I don't think, get it. But if you imagine a chapter with Jon in Ghost, that would just be called Ghost, or it could be when he comes back, the Ghost of Castle Black or something like that. That could be a slight shift to who Jon's character is. Do not necessarily assume that every single Jon chapter from now on is going to be called Jon something. It might shift to be different things. So, all of that said, would Jon, if he's told that he's, and I'll use the name that I think he was, but you may decide that he was given a slightly different name, Aegon Targaryen. I think that that's the name probably that his mother gave him. If he finds out or is told that that's his true name, will he embrace it? Well, I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut as him sort of like saying, right, okay, I'm going to change my name officially. I am now going to be called this. I'm not going to be called that. I think that he will struggle with this. Anyone would struggle with it. But some people would call him one thing and some people would call him another. And then we might have yet another thing as the title of the books. Who he is, though, is Jon Snow. And I think that is his core identity as Jon Snow, regardless of what an other name people might call him. Let's go to questions from... we got Paul Whitrock saying, hello, Robert. Missed a few weeks, but good to be back in the chat. Great to see you. And Buttoned Up Reader saying, what do you think Jon's birth name is? Is it a typical Targaryen name? Aegon would have been taken, or Brandon for her brother that died? Okay, well, I sort of... You pulled me back in just when I thought I got out. You pulled me back in. Jon's real name. Okay, so... I did do a video on this ages ago, so if you want my detailed thoughts, do go and look at that. But I think the headline is this. So we have Rhaegar and Lyanna down there in the Tower of Joy. It will obviously be more complex than this, but let's do the high-level stuff. They're there. She's expecting. Rhaegar says, right, well, I've got to go off and fight this battle now. I will be back. We're pretty sure, was expecting, given who he named his other two children, being Aegon and Rhaenys, he's expecting Visenya. There must be a third. Dany sees him in her vision. And given he's named the other two after two of the three Targaryen original invaders, it makes sense that he's expecting Visenya. So probably he will have said, I want you to name our daughter Visenya, but I'll be back. he heads off, obviously does not come back. News filters through. He's dead. Not only is he dead, but his 2 children are dead. Lyanna gives birth. What's she going to call the child? So that's the situation we've got here. Now, could she name this child just after a random Stark name? Well, clearly, Rhaegar didn't want that. And if we assume that she was in love with him and she respected him, she would want to give this child a name which would honor him in some way. So she could have called him Rhaegar. It's a bit weird, but maybe she could. She could have gone, well, he wanted Visenya, but this is a boy, so Viserys, but there's already a Viserys out there, so maybe not that. Then she might think, okay, let's honor that firstborn son, Aegon. So that, I think, is where I get to the idea that for me seems the most likely, that he's actually called Aegon. I like a whole lot of other thoughts. I've different times I've thought Aemon would be quite a nice name for him to have. I would think Jaehaerys would be a good name. The thing is with Aegon is that you can get so many of these different connections, but just thinking about the Maester Aemon thing, Maester Aemon is giving Jon so much advice, but the key bit we all remember is this, when he's giving him the same speech he gave Egg when he was about to become Aegon the Fifth. Kill the boy. You have to get rid of your child's name, and you have to take on your adult name, Aegon. That would have so many layers if he actually is talking to another Aegon. So that's just my thoughts. I don't think George R. R. Martin, in all honesty, people can argue this lots of different ways. I don't think George R. R. Martin has given us enough to be 100% sure on this. And Lyanna could have called him lots of different things. But if I had to guess, that's where I go, Aegon. Let's go to question from Purple Feline. In the show, Jon kills Daenerys to save the realm. I said we'd come to this. How do you see this playing out in the books? So yeah, it didn't. I mean, this isn't breaking news. The ending of season 8 didn't really land for most people. My high level, I've got so many thoughts on this, obviously, but my high level thought is that a lot of it is because this was rushed, and a lot of the setup which was there or should have been there was not there, and also a lot of the wider plot that is having to be there in the books is not there. So things got simplified, and finally the showrunners wanted to do things that they thought would look good and be dramatic on TV. So we shouldn't take it as one of those things, I think, that because it happened on the TV show, it seems very likely to happen in the books. That said, I did do a video, I think it's down now, so no need to look for it, but I did do a video before season 8 where I did speculate that perhaps Jon would end up killing Dany. And that is based again a lot on Dany's visions in the House of the Undying. She's going to be betrayed. She's going to have one more love, and she's going to be betrayed by that love. Seems the most logical way of sort of picking through some of those things that are said to her. When you add into that this Azor Ahai Nisa idea, where Azor Ahai, we're not told this is a curious legend, Azor Ahai, in that the thing we're told separately by 2 or 3 different people is not Azor Ahai going out and saving the day. It's how he forged his sword, which obviously involved him killing his lover. So, um, why is it that we're told that? Is it because there's going to be an echo of this in this story? Perhaps. The other thing that I would sort of say, and this holds less water the longer we go on, it has to be said, but where George R. R. Martin started with this story, how he started envisioning it, was very much in this kind of like ice and fire idea, built along this concept. He's admitted that inspiration from the Robert Frost poem about how ice and fire can both destroy the world, and so we've got a threat, an existential threat from ice and an existential threat from fire, and both of those existential threats need to be dealt with in some way. Now, that his original concept, and you can read his original pitch to editors. That put Dany in a lot less of a kind of a glamorous light. She was an invader on dragons, and dragons cause fire and death and destruction. So the question is, how far away from this has he gone? He is a Gardner writer. Things shift, things move. He has set it up in this kind of way. He has said that that in the next book, Dany's path is going to be a darker one. She's going to be heading more into the Targaryen fire and blood territory. Is Jon going to be the kind of person who would... I mean, he'd certainly... It seems to be the kind of person who might fall in love with a strong, beautiful woman like that. But is he going to be the person who feels that, again, he has to do duty over love? It's possible. So I think where we're at is that what happened on the show, it's not going to happen like that in the books. Is there a possibility in the books that Jon does kill Dany? Yeah. And I think we'd be lying if we said that there wasn't a possibility. Of course, there is a possibility that's going to happen. But we just can't say yet because it's so far into the future. Do not forget how little of this story. I know we're like theoretically 5 of 7 books in, but how far into this story are we really? We've got, if you just take Dany's going to take probably an entire book just to get to Westeros. And then we're going to have all of the epic battles about what's going on with the others and with the dragons and Phagon and everything like that happening. Is it even going to fit in 2 more books? Personally, I doubt it unless the books are broken down. But so there, I don't think there's a clear answer to this one. I wish there were. We can't say it's not going to happen. There certainly is some foreshadowing for it and hints if you are looking for it, but there's nothing which George R. Martin could not veer in different directions on. Carl Karsnark always rely on Carl to be giving this kind of thing. The quote, a couple of lines from Ice and Fire by Robert Frost. This is about the Earth. But if it had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction, ice is also great and would suffice. So yeah, basically, that poem is saying, okay, fire. You think of fire as being the death and destruction, but ice is also the death and destruction. Both can do it. Peredo Gladioli or Dany kills Jon to win. Yep, I mean, that's another way around if you're going with the Azor Ahai foreshadowing thing. That could go the other way. There's no reason to say that it has to be Jon killing Dany. Andrew Kay saying, I could see Jon killing Dany, but perhaps she's complicit. More Nisa situation, having to sacrifice against or for the others. It's possible. I don't see at the moment. I don't see how we get to that point. So I've thought about this, and I do like it. And George R. R. Martin is definitely a good enough writer to get us there. But in order for that to be the case, I think that what you need is both Jon and Dany to be absolutely 100% believing in some kind of prophecy or something, that he is willing to kill her and she's willing to be killed. And because they're convinced that will help them save the world. that requires both of them to take a shift into believing prophecy that they're definitely not at that point right now, either of them. And this desire or willingness to do things that they hate in order to serve the greater cause, which is possible. Okay, let's go to well, Lorelei is saying in the chat, if one of those two was willing to die to save others, it would be Jon, not Danny. Perhaps Deb saying, do you really think there will be two Aegons? I mean, we've already had 6. So, yeah, I mean, when you're saying two Aegons, if you mean Fagon Aegon, young Griff, and Jon Aegon, well, yeah. It would lead to complications, but we've already had, if you think back to the Dance of the Dragons, which this will again have echoes of, we have two Aegons going on there as well. Let's go to Relaxed Like a Cat saying, hi, Robert. Hope you're having a nice week. Alas, mine is spent marking coursework. I'm sorry, but well done. Keep going. I was wondering about the kindly man in relation to Arya and Jon Snow. Is the kindly man kind? And do you think he'll still be kindly if or when Arya meets with the resurrected Jon Snow, given that the kindly man essentially belongs to a death cult? By the way, could you make a post on Patreon so that members can share the dates they're booked for the upcoming stage play? It could be fun to meet fellow members. Well, yeah, I'll happily do that if people would be interested. I think just on the stage play thing, I think a lot of people would go. I say it again. I have to say it every time. I realise I'm in an incredibly lucky situation where I can get there, and I know a lot of people aren't in that situation. But those of us who can, I know it would be quite fun to know who's going to be there. I certainly know quite a lot of content creators who are going to be there at various nights. And I'll leave it to them to make their own announcements as and when they wish. But yeah, so I'll post something up on Patreon, and if you're coming and you want to meet people, then please put it up there as well. Hopefully, we'll get a few people meeting each other. It would be quite fun. Carl Karsnark saying, I heard Robert and Aziz and O'Shea from History of Westeros are all going together. We're expecting many vlogs. Shh, that's a secret. Where did that come from? I bet they said it. Yes, I am going to go with them. I will be. I will. They're coming over. Friends of the channel. It would be rude not to. So yes, absolutely. I think this is the point at the stream that's probably going to happen most weeks, is when people get distracted by the stage play. Kalnitsky, would there be real horses on stage? I think the answer to this one is I'm 90% certain. Well, they've made the stage into a cross shape, first of all, widened it out, taken out a huge amount of seats, made it a lot more in the round. There's seats up all the way around and in each of the segments. It makes it look like they're going to have, I mean, this is set at a tourney. It makes it look like they will have jousting. Now, how are they going to do that with the magic of theatre? I don't think they're going to have real horses, if only for safety reasons. Real horses with an audience just like this far away, I think not. But if you look at the creatives, they haven't yet said the cast. I'm waiting. That's going to happen at some point. A list of who's the cast. That will be fascinating. A lot of the people we won't know. I'm sure they will be excellent stage actors from the Royal Shakespeare Company. But it's possible we might have a few actors that we know. The Royal Shakespeare Theatre regularly has actors that you will recognise. Rose Leslie, who was Ygritte, was there within the last 6 months. Anton Lesser was there last time I was there. Anton Lesser was he was in Hamlet, and yeah, so it's like on a regular basis they've got people that you know. Branagh is there actually at the same time as in the main theatre is playing the Mad King. Kenneth Branagh and Helen Hunt are in the Next Door Theatre doing the Cherry Orchard, which will be fantastic. So yeah, they get excellent actors. So yeah, don't be surprised if there's some people you have heard of. But that's the cast. The creatives, the top of the creatives list are puppetry people, which is not just like little puppets. This is full scale. If you've been to see Life of Pi or Warhorse, you will know these days the magic they can do with puppetry is amazing. So I think it's going to be great, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be puppetry. Buttoned up reader, will the horses be good actors? Only the best. Carl Carson saying real horses equals real horse poop too. Yes, that's another good point. I think the reasons why there will not be real horses is they are manifold. Ranabin Mitra saying, I found out that the starting point might be Howland Reed. So I'm guessing 280 AC just before the winter. Still haven't heard any rumours about the end point. I don't know where you're getting these rumours from, but this is good. This is good stuff. Yeah, not Muppets, Lorelei, not Muppets, puppets. Ranabin Mitra saying, imagine if Ian McKellen, who takes a role in this. Well, Ian McKellen will be down in New Zealand this summer in another fantasy series. So it won't be him. But I think of all the roles that they could get a distinguished older actor for, I think the Mad King would be. It's named after the Mad King, and we don't often think about the Mad King here, Ellis II, when we're thinking about the Turning at Harrenhal, because we're thinking, oh, what's going on with Howland Reed? What's going on with Rhaegar and Lyanna? But he's the king, and he's the central part of this. He arrives disrupting whatever was going on there, and immediately takes charge of what's happening, sending people out to do stuff, completely changing. When this happens, this should completely shift how the mood of the tourney is, because this huge presence arrives. I think it's tailor-made for an exceptional older actor to be doing that. Matthew Ryan, will it be Jon that goes to the heart of winter, possibly when dead and in Ghost, or would it just be limited to Bran's plotline, with Jon being informed later of whatever is learned? I assume this is a reference to something George R. Martin said a long time ago, which was and I can't remember whether he said it in the next book or in the next two books, but he says we're going to go further north than we ever have so far, which is an intriguing thing to say, because it's like, now, given he's also told us that we're not getting any new main POV characters. There will be for the prologues and epilogues if we have them, but in terms of main POV characters, he's not going to add in anymore. Do we think Bran is physically going to go further north? Probably not. Bran's probably going to stay where he is for a while and then head back down to Winterfell. Who else is up there? We've got Melisandre. Is Melisandre going to go north? No, probably not. Jon is the only person there who could theoretically go north. My best guess has always been that this is through Bran's visions in some way, this idea that he will be able to travel far past the weirwood trees when he's sort of going back in time, and he's sort of traveling out through the weirwood network. He can move beyond the weirwood trees. That will allow him to move further, and we've already seen that this is possible, because if you go back all the way to his first kind of very magic-y chapter in book one, when he's in his coma and he's there, we remember the bits when he's falling and it's being exhorted to fly and all this. he also has this visions of, he looks out, he's all this flying up above, and he looks out and he sees things off to the different directions, and he goes north and he looks into the heart of winter, and what he sees scares him and makes him realize why he has to be learning magic, which establishes the fact that given that that was almost certainly Bloodraven guiding that is something that can be done. So I think probably this is Bran, not Jon. And probably Jon is going to be looking south for the next bit of this story rather than to the north, because he will come to the same conclusion, I think, as Stannis. The north has to be united in order for the wall to hold. Is that everything is just falling apart all over the place, and it just has to be. Winterfell has to be brought back into action. The Boltons have to be kicked out. The wall has to be secured. Everybody has to rally together. Stephen Donnelly, you're travelling from Ireland to see the show. Excited, never been to Stratford. It's a lovely place. I highly recommend it. Erin Sunnex, I hear the puppeteers are Dornish. Any truth to that? 100%. Let's believe that. And let's have a quick flick through. Just seeing lots of people saying they have got tickets, which is great. I was a bit concerned that the tickets would sell out in a matter of hours or something. They have been selling out. Do not worry. It's a hit. But it's good to see lots of people who are getting to see this. Right, let's go to question from. Oh, that was actually no. I got complete digression. Relax like a cat. I answered the second half of your thing about could I post on Patreon about sharing dates. The first half. How will the kindly man react to Jon? Well, I did. This may be picking up on the video I did quite recently, which was will Arya kill Lady Stoneheart? Which actually, I made the video. I think I said on one of these streams, we looked at Arya and Lady Stoneheart, and several people have put this thought to me over a long period of time, and I've started to warm up to it, I have to say. So that's why I made the video. And I always spoil my own videos, but one of the key bits of evidence that is used to suggest that Arya might kill Lady Stoneheart is this echoing of this mercy kind of motif. So she is now, Lady Stoneheart is now devoid of mercy, and she is now known as Mother Merciless, at the same time that Arya is called Mercy. And actually the mercy scene, the mercy theme runs through a lot stronger than you might initially think with Arya. When you think about the gift of mercy, almost every time that's mentioned, it's Arya. Not anywhere else. It's almost always Arya. First of all, it's Beric Dondarrion, she hears him talking about giving the gift of mercy to people. Then you have the Hound giving the gift of mercy to somebody while she's there, telling her about it. Then she does it. Then he asks for the gift of mercy from her, and she can't do it for complicated reasons. Then she regrets it, and she's specifically thinking, I should have given him the gift of mercy. And then, most on the nose of all, she gets to the House of Black and White, and it's different from the books. She gets in there, and she goes in, and there's no one there, and she just walks into that central area and sees the pool in the middle, and there's this guy sat next to the pool, just sort of dipping his fingers into the pool, and she thinks, he must be thirsty, and she walks up to him and takes one of the little scoops, puts some water in it, and hands it to him, and he's just what? And then, actually, he's not. He's more like Valar Dohaeris, or Valar Morghulis, and she's Valar Dohaeris. And then he takes it and he drinks it. And then, as he gets up, she realizes that he had been mortally wounded, and this was a way of ending it. He then took himself off to the side where he could sleep and never wake up. So she has given the gift of mercy without even realizing it. So there is more to come with this mercy theme, which takes us through to, if she gets back to Mother Merciless, given the fact one of the things that Mother Merciless is looking for, it is her daughters. It is for Arya. And she has got this crown, remember? She's got Robb's crown. And one of the last conversations she had with Robb was trying to convince him to name Arya his heir because Arya is still alive. And Robb is like, I don't think she is. And so she says, no, you have to give it to Arya. If she is there and she discovers that her children, Bran and Rickon, are still alive, that Sansa is still alive, Arya is still alive, if she's done all of the vengeance she needs to against the Freys and the Lannisters, and then she can finally give the crown to the person she thinks should be the heir, would that be a moment where she could receive the gift of mercy? So what I posed as a sort of a thought experiment in that video was, okay, so let's say that happens, and then Arya heads up north and she discovers that Jon has also died and come back. How would she feel about that? Now, I think she would take each case on its own merits. The kindly man, at this point, I think, is going to be a long way in her past. She may have been initially being commissioned. We don't know how she's going to get to Westeros. There's a couple of different ideas. She may escape. She may leave on good terms. She may get commissioned, perhaps even commissioned to kill this Mother Merciless, this Lady Stoneheart. She might be there for a number of reasons, but by the time she meets Jon, then I don't think that she will think. I think she will have fully embraced her Stark identity and sort of turned her back on the Faceless Men. So I don't think the kindly man's opinions will matter that much. But I do agree that the Faceless Men, they worship a god of death. And one of their statements of faith is, all men must die. So yes, Jon is a heresy. Buttoned Up Reader, how do you think Jon will feel about his true identity? Will he feel betrayed by Ned? How will it change how he views himself? Yeah, so it's going to be complicated, isn't it? A lot of this will depend on how it's presented to him. If it is presented to him by somebody who's sympathetic to Ned, then, like Howland Reed, for example, then actually I suspect that he will respect Ned even more. Because it turned out that what Ned had done all that time was not sire a bastard upon someone and refused to tell Jon who his mother was out of, spite or shame or anything like that. But he took on a perceived shame in order to protect Jon, and allowed this to affect even things like his own marriage, because he made a promise to Jon's mother. So I think if it's presented to him in that way, that it will actually make him love and respect Ned even more. It's possible that he might receive this information in a way that makes him frustrated, angry. I think it probably will take some time for him to work through all of these thoughts and emotions. But I think one of the side points here that will be helpful is the statues. That he will be able to look at a statue of Ned, he will be able to look at a statue of his mother. And I think, I've got no way of really proving this, but I think one of the things that Ned promised to Lyanna was to make that statue, because that was out of the blue. Nobody was expecting that. Normally it's just the Lords of Winterfell. We don't know of any statues of women there at all. So this was quite weird. Brandon, you could kind of say, okay, maybe, because did he die before his father or after his father? Maybe he was technically, for just a minute or so, he was Lord of Winterfell. You could kind of let that one slide. But Lyanna, that was against tradition. And it does make me wonder whether Ned did that because he promised to. Because Lyanna said, I want him to be able to see me. I know right now he can't know who his mother is, but at some point he can learn. And when he does learn, I want him to know what I look like. So yeah, I think that's entirely possible. And I think it will take him a little while, but when he gets there, he will respect Ned even more. Which I think probably plays into this the earlier question we had about the name. I think he would probably want to keep or identify most with the name that he had that Ned had given him. Let's go to a question from Model Lee. On the TV show, Jon Snow met Dany to discuss the need for dragonglass so it could be used to fight the others. How do you think Jon and Dany will meet in the books, and with what reason? Well, it is a fair reason, getting the dragonglass. I think the thing to say, though, that we have to remember is with Dany, is that whereas on the TV show, Dany arrived at Dragonstone, and then Melisandre comes and says, "Oh, there's, terrible bad things happening in the north," and then Jon comes down and he says the same, and she has to be slowly convinced. That takes some time. In the books, she is going to get that a whole lot earlier. When she arrives back at Meereen, she's going to have this maester who has arrived from Westeros, who is there, Maester Marwyn, who is going to be wanting to tell her, oh, by the way, there's this prince that was promised prophecy, and Maester Aemon, who you don't know, but he's part of your family, tragically now just died. He believes that you're the prince that was promised, and here's all of the prophecies connected with that. And then at the same time, she's going to find this red priest Makoro, who turns up and is saying, you are Azor Ahai reborn, and you've got the support of R'hllor and all of the red priests, and that's going to be going on. So she's going to be arriving with these advisors who are telling her that not only is she going to be taking the Iron Throne, but she's got this greater challenge about saving humanity from the threat from the north. So when she and Jon meet, it could well be about the dragonglass, but it won't be the same conversation. It won't be the well, I'll kind of hold you here because we need to be talking about the Iron Throne. I'm not convinced about the need for this dragonglass. There will be lots more conversations going on. I think Tyrion will probably still play the role of being the, oh yeah, I know Jon, he's a good guy, and to Jon, well, I know Dany, she's cool. So I think he will still be playing that role, and I think dragonglass will still be an important part here because Jon will be very aware of the fact that the others and the whites, there's not much that can destroy them. Dragonfire maybe, dragonglass. There's only so much Valyrian steel to go around, so not everyone can have that, and he's now trying to man the wall so that everybody on the wall or everywhere on the wall has got people defending it. So yeah, it might sound like a small thing, but actually we need access to the one thing which means a fight is nearly a fair fight, is a major reason. Sebastian Holden, will Jon ever have a child? Will the Targaryen line die with him? What role will House Targaryen play after the story? Will Jon ever have a child? I think probably not. Regardless of where you see the Dany and Jon situation, I think it is a reasonable bet that Dany will not survive the story. And Jon obviously was with Ygritte, but she's now died, so that's not happening. I can't see him having a kind of a short-term fling in between. Some have suggested the Melisandre Shadow Baby thing, but because she's definitely thought about it. But I don't see that he will be succeeded by anyone. As for the Targaryens after this, well, there weren't very many Targaryens to start with, were there? Viserys is gone. Dany, as I say, I think my instinct is she probably won't survive this. My instinct is whether he's a Targaryen or not. I don't think Fagon is going to be surviving this, which means the only one left, if we don't count Bloodraven, the only one left is Jon. And I think he's going to just head north of the wall. If he does have any children, it will be after that. All right, let's go to a question from Zach saying, "Hey Robert, hope all is well. One of the things my friends and I always argue about is how Jon treats his friends after becoming Lord Commander. I understand that a leader must draw more boundaries from some of the Pip-like foolishness, but it never sat right with me that Jon sends his friends away to the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch. Do you have any opinions on this, or any thoughts on what the future might hold for Pip, Gren, Haldor, and Toad? I always assumed that Jon sending them away would make them angry with Jon, but I've heard arguments that Jon sent them away so he would have men he trusted at those castles. What do you think?" I got my tickets for the Mad King stage play. I'm excited. My first time to England, and I'm planning to make a week-long trip out of it. Any recommendations for must-see sites, monuments, castles while I'm across the pond? Well, I feel like a travel guide when I'm doing this. Just very quickly, and then I'll get on to answer the main video question. Welcome to England when you get here. Stratford-upon-Avon, fantastic for a day. It's great. Obviously, there's the theatre, but there's some fantastic, really old pubs. There's Stratford, Shakespeare's birthplace. There's the church where he was baptised. The river. It's just a lovely little town. Probably only worth a day or so of your time, but really nice in and of itself. If you're in England, you'd have to go to London. It's just the law. London is not England. And London feels quite different a lot of the time to the rest of England, but it's an amazing city. So yeah, just walk around London is my only advice. Take a walk along the South Bank if you want one recommendation. Start somewhere like Lambeth Palace, walk past Westminster, keep going. You'll go past Shakespeare's Globe. There'll be street performers. There'll be great places to have some food. You'll find Borough Market up there, which is fantastic. Southwark Cathedral. So yeah, I would just take the mile or two walk along the South Bank there. It's one of my favourite things to do, and you can look out St Paul's Cathedral and everything on the other side while you are at it, and pop into the Cape Modern Art Gallery, free, and some of the best modern arts around. But your question is about Jon's friends. Yes, so he does think about that. You can actually go in when you're looking at his Jon's POVs. Then when he becomes Lord Commander, he does angst about this. He really does. He thinks a lot. I wouldn't call him an overthinker, but he does kind of like self-analyze quite a lot. And he does remember back to, I think it's Jerome Mormont who told him that, as Lord Commander, you can't just be one of the lads. You have to be sitting at a slightly different table in slightly different quarters, so that people recognise the authority, and that does create tensions and issues. But it's a part of the job. And then Jon does have this. He has this moment when he's Lord Commander now, and his friends call him over and say, "Jon, come sit and eat with us," and he says, "Actually, no. I won't this time. And he kind of walks away and feels really bad about this. So this is a duty, not love thing, which is a big thing for Jon all the way through in many different kinds of ways. The other element is the sending them away to other places. Now, this isn't just he's sending his friends away. He is trying to populate all of the castles on the wall. When we start this story, only 3 castles. The wall is hundreds of miles long, and only at each end and sort of in the middle-ish is there a manned castle, which means you basically have hundreds of miles of no protection, no lookouts that people could, come up to them. This is how the wildlings kept on getting over, was they didn't try and climb the wall next to Castle Black. They just went a little bit further and nobody saw them. They could have an entire day of climbing up and over the wall and back down the other side. And they knew that the Night's Watch wouldn't see it at all. They wouldn't even know it happened. So that's what Jon was trying to do. He was trying to man these different castles. He gives Stannis the Night Fort, the biggest castle. He basically says, yeah, you can have that. You can have control of that. And then he sends the wildlings off to various different places. He sends a lot of the female wildlings, he sends off to a place called Long Barrow. He sends Dolorous Ed to be in charge there. That is to protect them as much as anything else. And then he sends off, I think, Pip and Gren he sends to Eastwatch. The others he sends off to the Shadow Tower. And he is doing this because he wants to have people he trusts in those places. But this is like one of those tragedies, is that you can see it, he can see it, he knows this is happening. He is sending away all of his allies. He got in by a hair's breadth to be the head of the Night's Watch. He's made a lot of enemies along the way. And once he's Lord Commander, he makes a lot of decisions that a lot of the Night's Watch don't just dislike, absolutely hate and think is a complete violation of everything they've ever sworn to uphold. And Jon is sending away his allies and friends. He's sending away Maester Aemon, he's sending away Sam, he's sending away Pip and Gren and Ed. Everybody who might be on his side, he is sending away. And this is making what happens become more and more inevitable, because who is there now supporting him? The wildlings, basically. All of the Night's Watch people that might be on his side, they've either died or he's sent them away. Let's go to Joe Page, or Joe Padge, sorry. So driving in the stream in spirit. Well, safe driving. Let's go to a question from. In fact, let's just for one moment, moderators. You do a fantastic job. Thank you so much. If you are here watching this live, if you're in the chat, the reason why it stays such an uplifting and fantastic place is because the moderators do such an amazing job. They're wonderful. Could you show them a little bit of love? If you can, I would hugely appreciate that. And moderators, thank you as well from me. While I'm doing thank yous, patrons, I hugely appreciate it. Patreon is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. I can't do what I do without your support, so thank you so much. There's a link if you want to support via Patreon. There is a link down in the description somewhere. There are other ways to support if you wish to do so. You could be a channel member here. I haven't yet turned on memberships on Facebook. I'll probably do that at some point when I remember. But yeah, in the short term, and probably the long term as well, Patreon is the best place. Martin S. Hi there, Martin. Great to see you. I saw a video about Sauron's horrific fate. I never thought about it that way, but a spirit of malice, aware of the world but impotent for the rest of history. I say not Lovecraftian horror, but existential thoughts. Yeah. So switching over to Lord of the Rings. At the end, Sauron is defeated. Sauron isn't killed per se. Sauron is a Maya, and Mayas are eternal. They're bound to Arda effectively, and so when the ring is destroyed and Sauron is destroyed, Tolkien does this amazing description, which they don't really show. I think they did it great in the films, but they don't really show exactly as it is. You kind of see this kind of hand reaching up into the sky before being blown away by a great west wind. Now, that is basically he's been scattered. His spirit is still there, but he can't any longer inhabit a body. He is this spirit, you say, a spirit of malice, which is out there in the world, but unable to affect things. So, it's sort of a torture, really, as much as anything else. He will be still there, just unable to affect things and just raging at the dying of the light. Mixing my metaphors there a bit, but always good to get a bit of Dylan Thomas in, even if it's not particularly appropriate. Buttoned up reader. If Jon does cross the wall, will the climate change following the defeat of the others? Will the dragons survive? Is this potentially the establishment of a new freehold rather than exile? Yeah. Well, yes, a bit of everything, I would say. So my take on the seasons being out of balance, it goes all the way back to the blurb on the back of the very first edition of the very first book, where it starts out saying, and this is from George R. R. Martin a long time ago, a preternatural event set the seasons out of balance. So what that's telling us is that the seasons being out of balance is not just, it's just how this world works. Something magical happened to knock them out of balance. I think, given the fact that that's kind of like the starting point for the introduction that we're being told, then that naturally feels like the conclusion of what happens to this book is setting the seasons in balance. My take is that probably the preternatural event, the huge magical thing which set the seasons out of balance, was the creation of the others in some way. And so the uncreation of the others will be the thing which sets the seasons back into balance. That's kind of high-level stuff. Will the dragons survive? Not all of them, I think, is the bit I'm confident about. I'm kind of 50-50 about Drogon. So my feeling is that Jon will ride Rhaegal, but I don't think Jon's going to end with Rhaegal. I think Rhaegal will die. I think Viserion will also die. I think Viserion won't fall. The Night King is not a character in the books, but won't fall to the others, but probably to Euron. I think there's, in my mind, don't know how we get there yet, but I love this idea because it's happened a couple of times in the past of the stories. This idea of Euron and Jon fighting on Dragonback, perhaps over the God's Eye Lake. It's possibly me fan-fictioning, if that's a word. But I like that, leading to the death of both of their dragons. The reason I'm uncertain about Drogon is partly the foreshadowing. Drogon is an echo of Balerion. Balerion died of old age. The only dragon, really, that we know 100% died of old age in the books, the period of the Targaryens. There are some we kind of assumed it, like Cannibal and Sheep Stealer. So we think they probably did, but we don't know for certain. The only one we know for certain died of old age was Valerian. And Valerian did fly back to who knows where, but very probably Valyria at one point near the end. All of that kind of foreshadowing makes me wonder maybe Drogon, the echo of Balerion, is going to follow a similar arc. What I think I am confident about is that the threat of the dragons is going to be pushed back, dealt with. We're not going to be starting another dragon golden age in Westeros. I think that will end up with ice and fire gone from Westeros for the foreseeable. And then when you're saying, is this potentially Jon going north of the wall? Is it potentially the establishment of a new freehold rather than exile? I don't think it's exile. I think this is a voluntary move on Jon's part. I think, and I might have a question related to this, but my pithy observation, which I've said for some time now and I still haven't seen a reason to change, is that George R. R. Martin is writing Jon as if he were Aragorn, this prophesied returning king who's going to lead the battle against the forces of evil. In reality, he's more like Frodo, in that he will carry this great burden all the way through this story, do the things he absolutely has to do, but it will break him. And the victory that he has helped to create and to win, it can't be for him, because Westeros, the memories of Westeros are too much, and so he has to leave. Frodo sailed west, he rides north. So that's my overall take on what it is. And so that means it's not an exile, and other than a self-imposed one. I don't think that anyone said you have to leave the Seven Kingdoms, or will say. Mr. Harry Stank, do you think Arya's super PAC is a rerun of the Huorns in The Lord of the Rings? I feel like it's the perfect way for them to be implemented. Okay, so the Huorns in The Lord of the Rings are like Ents, basically. We're not told the exact difference, but basically, I mean, the Ents seem to be more like the shepherds. The Huorns are sort of animated trees. Tolkien likes being a little bit vague about exact differences between things, so we shouldn't push it, but they're sort of like Ents. And they appear. We get the Ents who come and they take down Isengard, but also when you get the Battle of Helm's Deep, or Battle of the Hornburg, you get this moment where the Huorns, basically like a forest, appears at the end of the valley. So Helm's Deep actually is not the fortress. Technically, it's the valley. And the Hornburg is the fortress. So at the exit to the valley, the Huorns came and formed this forest, and when the orcs, when Saruman's forces started scattering, they ran back into the forest and were never seen from again. So that's the Huorns. Will the super PAC be like that? Well, George R. R. Martin has said that he says you don't create a super PAC of wolves and then not use them. This is Chekhov's super PAC of wolves. He's created them, and they will have a purpose at some point. Now, what point are they going to have a purpose? I did a video on Will Arya Kill Lady Stoneheart, and in that I kind of teased that I was going to do a video on the Red Wedding 2.0, which is another one of those things that has been kind of playing through my mind now for, I don't know, a few years. And the more I think about it, the more I think this is likely to happen. So Lady Stoneheart is going to exact revenge on the Freys and the Lannisters in the Riverlands. And there is a Frey wedding coming up, and in Riverrun, and she will almost certainly take, in some way, the role of Arya, in the way that Arya took revenge on the Freys. I think this is the kind of thing that George R. R. Martin will not be able to resist, is the super pack of wolves, which is Nymeria. Arya's direwolf has attracted this super pack, which is every now and then going and picking off Freys or Lannisters, almost as if, they know what they're doing, just picking off the enemies of the Starks. Could you just imagine if you have this wedding and then someone opens up the gates and a super pack of wolves charges in to take out the Freys? This is revenge for the Starks. It's revenge for Grey Wind, who is the packmate of Nymeria. So, yeah, I think they will have a role. That's the place I think is most likely that they are. Perhaps they would head north and help out, but I think their role is more in the Riverlands, I think. Joe Padge, I got my first shout out from Robert. Here's your second. A Greek Weirwood from Robert Foster, Dylan Thomas. Yeah, let's see how many more random excellent poets we can drop into here as we go. We've already talked Chekhov as well. There we go. We're on a roll today. Brian Velko, do people think Kit Harington and Sean Bean look alike? Interesting question. I guess a bit. I think Robert Arameo and Sean Bean look quite alike, I have to say, which is good. I think I had another super chat here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Auntie Slayer saying, long time no see. Great to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you. Will anything become of the new gift relating to Jon in the story? Any significance to Ned's idea to expand in the north relating to Jon other than foreshadowing? So we've got the gift and we've got the new gift. The gift is the strip of land. I say strip, it's quite big, underneath the wall that is there to help support the wall. So it's like the Night's Watch are their liege lords. It's the same kind of idea. So if you get any noble house, the areas around it, they're paying, they wouldn't use the words, but they're paying their tithe up, so they're going to be paying some grain up. They owe fealty, so they'll help out mending walls or whatever. Cash goes up this kind of feudalistic pyramid, and that supports the noble family. The gift is there as a way to support the wall. The new gift gave them even more land, and that was a big chunk out, and that came actually a lot of that came from the Umbers land, which kind of annoyed them. It's to be said, but that was kind of the Targaryens kind of pushed that on to make the Starks do that. Will anything come of the new gift relating to Jon in the story? Any significance to Ned's idea to expand in the north relating to Jon other than foreshadowing? I think probably not. I mean, I haven't thought of anything. It's possible, but I haven't thought of anything. The thing about the gift and the new gift is that as the watch got smaller, yes, their need for support, because there were fewer of them, so they needed less food, etc. But also they were protecting less of the wall, which meant that the wildlings got over more, which meant the wildlings could raid further and further into the gift and then the new gift, which meant that there was fewer farms and the like to be supporting, the Watch, which has just created this almost kind of a doom loop. Really, it's not helped the Watch at all. PJ Demorest, what do you believe will Jon's overall role be in the story? Well, I suppose it depends on how high a level you want to go, really. So he is one of the original 5 main characters that George R. R. Martin said carry on all the way through the story. At its heart, he is one of the aspects of the Song of Ice and Fire. I'm not saying he is everything what the Song of Ice and Fire is about, but he is ice and he is fire. He's Stark and he is Targaryen. And so what his role is to play one of the aspects, and we'll talk about this a bit more in the later questions, one of the aspects of this Prince that was promised Azor Ahai figure. He is there leading the defenses of the North. Now, that's what he has been doing all of this time. He's spent his time up there defending the North. That doesn't mean that he's the only person who's going to be doing that. But if he hadn't been there, if he hadn't been doing that, if he hadn't been taking the steps that he has been taking, then the situation would be a whole lot worse. So he is going to pull together the North and unify the North and leave things in a state whereby humanity has got a chance in some way. That is his big role. Then fundamentally, this has to play into, obviously, the Iron Throne and the fact that it will turn out he has a claim. Now, whether you think that he is the rightful heir or not is a matter of how you view the succession, really. But he definitely has a claim to the Iron Throne. And so he will then be used. I suspect he's not particularly wanting the Iron Throne, but he will then be used as a pawn by other people to try and maneuver him into it. And then we get the final element of this, which is his axis with Dany, because they are two kind of opposites. Tyrion's sort of in the middle. Those 3 storylines, we've gone through this many times, but you can see the echoes of these storylines down to the mother dying in childbirth, raised by a man who was not their father, viewed as an outcast in some way, spends some time off in the wilderness, kind of a death and reborn moment happening. There's so many of these echoes between them. So and we mentioned earlier, Dany's arc, George R. Martin's confirmed that her arc is going to get darker this next book. She's going to be leaning more into the Targaryen fire and blood stuff. Same for Jon, in his way, in that he is going to spend the first part of the next book as a direwolf. He is going to emerge more wolfish. And so your guess is as good as mine what that means for his character, but it's probably quite dark. Yes, he might get more pack oriented, but he also might be a lot more loner. Ghost is quite the loner. He might get a lot more quiet. Ghost is very quiet. And he might also get a lot more animalistic. Put it like that. Wolfish is only the only real way to say it, I guess. So he is going to go down, and that, in many ways, that will also be a lot darker. So, yeah, if we're saying that he's got this natural thing within him to go into this berserker rage, imagine if that's combined with being more wolfish. Let's go to, I think I had another question here somewhere. Martin S. The western wind blowing away Sauron's outstretched, menacing but impotent spirit after the ring's destruction. Do you think that is the work of Manwë? Yes, I do, absolutely. So I think when you get a wind coming from the west, Manwë is the Lord of Air. And the west is obviously Valinor is, and we see these few moments when we see a wind coming from the west, blowing away Saruman's spirit. Actually, a wind blew. Remember, Aragorn got into that fleet of ships and headed up to the relief of Minas Tirith. A wind blew him that way. These are signs of Manwë's active involvement there in the story. Let's go to where do we get to? A question from James Perkins saying, "Greetings, Robert. Given this live stream fits neatly into the Stark sibling series, I will go for a question that investigates Jon's more Starkish characteristics as opposed to his Targaryen ones. Each of the Stark children, excepting perhaps Rickon, were deeply shaped by Ned. His sense of duty, honour, justice, even his personality. We hear all of the time how Jon's potential as the prince that was promised is tied to his Stark ancestry through Lyanna and his Targaryen ancestry through Rhaegar. But what effect will his upbringing as Ned's son have had on the way the story has gone thus far, as well as the looming fight against the others? Do you think his resurrection will blunt that Ned-like quality, or will he still be like Ned but in a different way?" Okay, so so this is going to be a struggle. I mean, this is sort of picking up actually what I was saying earlier, so let me just build on it. He will always, I think, he will have that Ned Stark part to him, which is duty versus love. So that is going to be burning all the way through his storyline. And one of the wonders of this is that Ned Stark chose love, but everyone sees him choosing duty. So whichever way he goes, then he's kind of following in this Ned Stark kind of arc. But he will be more wolfish. And the Ned Stark, the lone wolf dies and the pack survives, makes you think that perhaps this is then going to become pack. The pack thing isn't just a nice bit of imagery for the Starks. This is something which is genuinely there, because they all in their different ways have these kind of dreams and connections with their direwolf, and the direwolves, you see it from a number of different directions, can sense each other. They are pack, even though they're far apart. And through that, they can sense the other Stark siblings. So probably him being more in tune with his direwolf will mean that he's more in tune with his siblings, and he's going to be more pack-like with them. Which, if we're wondering whether the wolfish thing might make him less Ned Stark-like, in some ways it might make him more Ned Stark-like, because Ned's love for his family was his defining characteristic. Radamir Mitra, who's as well as a patron, also a member here. This is YouTube memberships. Member here for 1 month. Thank you very much. If you, for whatever reason, you don't wish to go to Patreon, I completely understand. Patreon is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. But if you do not, then you can on YouTube here. You can be a channel member. Coming soon over on Facebook and other places as well. Once I figure out how to do it. But Random Meet, picking up. Thank you very much. Picking up a question for Maria Kohonen. Love it when people do this. Thank you. Can Middle Earth dragons give birth to younger ones without Morgoth's influence? Do they also reproduce like the children of Ilúvatar? Yes, is the short answer. Yes, they do. So I've got a video that I've written on this, which is probably going to be out, I don't know, in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe. I'm not sure. But yes, so Middle Earth dragons are a creation of Morgoth. Is me spoiling my video again. They are a creation of Morgoth back in the First Age. He released the flying dragons. He created, I suppose they're prototypes, but they were just a different type of dragons. Before this, the flying dragons he unleashed during the War of Wrath, this huge climactic battle at the end of the First Age. Morgoth lost. And most of the dragons were killed, but some managed to escape all the way over to the Withered Heath, which is, if you imagine your Middle Earth map, you've got like the Misty Mountains going up like that, and then you've got the Grey Mountains heading off to the east, just sort of there between two different spurs of the Grey Mountains is the Withered Heath. That's where they ended up. And that's where they lived and stayed for thousands of years. So all the way through the Second Age, 3,500 years or so, into the Third Age, another 3,000 years or so, the dragons lived. Now, dragons can live for a very long time, but they reproduce, so they're not immortal. So yes, they do reproduce in the manner of the children of Iluvatar, as is Tolkien's phrase in these things. JK3RS. Hi, Robert. Do you think Davos and Jon will have a similar relationship to their show counterparts? Davos being ardently Team Jon. It worked well in the show, I think, but in the books, I'm not so certain. Yeah, it did work. I mean, I loved it on the show. I thought that was a great relationship that they struck. So we've not really seen the dynamic, obviously, yet with Jon and Davos. Davos has been sent off. He's gone to rescue Rickon and bring Rickon back to Winterfell, presumably. So Jon properly meeting Davos is not actually going to happen until halfway through the Winds of Winter at the earliest. So he's not got this, because they didn't have the Rickon rescue mission and the TV show. He was just hanging around a Castle Black for a while and had more time after the death of Stannis to be sort of developing this relationship with Jon. So this will start off later. You can imagine that Davos might get to the point, a similar point, where if Stannis does die, which he may or may not, but he's then looking around for kind of like a new master, because he's all the way to the north, and if he has bought into this idea, which he may or may not, of the others, then he will probably feel it's his duty to stay there. So I think the biggest problem we have is that for them to properly meet, we're talking halfway through the book, for them to any strike up any kind of relationship is, at the end of the Winds of Winter. So that doesn't leave huge amounts of time for that to sort of grow and develop. So if they did, I mean, I'm just trying to work out let me know what you think in the chat. Whether those two characters in the books would work together. I don't think they'd work together in exactly the same way. So Davos came across as a lot more just sort of like lawful good. I think on the show he came across as being like a genuinely kind-hearted guy. They played up the elements of him caring for Shireen and people like Gendry, which are definitely there in the books, but the books also have some elements that don't really come through in the show. Like he's actually a whole lot more devout to the faith of the Seven in the books. He's got this, he's got the visceral hatred of Melisandre, but he actively was thinking of trying to kill her in the books. So he's a lot more kind of sharp-edged but nuanced as a character, I think, in the books. Let me know in the chat what you think. Okay, let's Davos, April may or may not. Davos has to know his family and home are no longer there. That region is effed now. I think if he gets news that his family is dead, or very likely dead, then him staying north, where his one remaining son is, would kind of make sense. Let's go to a question from Marcus W. Montgomery. What if there is a weirwood stump under the melted blades of the Iron Throne? So, I mean, I think this is quite interesting. So, if there were, then that would be because there used to be a weirwood tree growing there. I don't think we've got any hint that that is the case. Where the Red Keep came from originally, it was a wooded hill. We're told that when it first became known as Aegon's High Hill, there were trees on there, and it's entirely possible there were weirwood trees there. So that's possible, and we certainly have House of the Dragon had there being an actual weirwood in the Godswood there in King's Landing. The thing for weirwood trees for this to have any significance, it would still need to be connected in with the soil through the roots. Now, I don't think that Maegor, in ordering the construction of the Red Keep, would have been, as far as we're aware, there's no particular love of the old gods there. He wouldn't have sort of instructed it to be built on top of weirwood. And we also haven't had any kind of hints of that. Not people getting like weirwood dreams, like Jaime when he sleeps on a weirwood stump gets weirwood dreams. So I think the answer is no. I like the people enjoying. Easy for me to say about where weirwoods. When Stephen Donnelly, when will you wear weirwood wigs? Yes, absolutely. Let's go to a question from Craig. In the chaos after Jon's assassination, how long will his killers hold power? What happens in the aftermath? This is a really good question, because this is chaos. I think chaos is the only really right way of saying it. What will happen is going to be probably a bloodbath. And probably we will see it through Melisandre's eyes. Now, the only two characters we got there, POV characters at the moment we've got there, are Melisandre and Jon. The only way we'd see it through Jon's eyes is if we see it through Ghost's eyes. I love that, but I don't think George is going to give us that. He created the Melisandre POV, I think, for this very purpose. You see him do this quite a lot. When he realizes there's a bit of story that he wants to be telling, and for whatever reason that there aren't POV characters there, the POV characters have gone away, but he needs to tell this bit of the story, he will make sure he drops in a POV character. Classic example is he needs to tell the story of what's going on in Meereen, but Dany's left Meereen. Soon we're going to have other POV characters arriving, Tyrion and the like. But in the short term, no, we've got no characters there at all. But he wanted to show us what was going on, so he makes Sir Barristan a POV character. The same thing I think has happened up here with Melisandre. The POV characters have gone. Sam has gone. Jon gone, sort of. So he's got Melisandre now. So we can now see the next bit from Melisandre's POV. And the situation, let's not forget, is we've got 1-1. The giant has gone crazy and is smashing Sir Patrick against the wall. Tormund is in the hall with the wildlings, who, after Jon has given his rabble-rousing speech, Tormund basically says, "Right, I'm getting everyone drunk." Um, the Night's Watch. This isn't all of the Night's Watch. Some of the Night's Watch have rebelled and turned on Jon. Um, we've got Queen Selyse, who we don't know yet, but a letter has arrived, the pink letter. We always think about Jon's reaction to the pink letter. The pink letter says that Stannis is dead. Um, how will Selyse react to that? How will Melisandre react to that? That they might go any kind of direction, unless, of course, Melisandre knows that it's a fake. It's not really from Ramsay, which is what I suspect is the case. But is she going to admit that she was behind that? Almost certainly not. So we're going to have all of these different moving parts going on at the same time. You have, I think there's no doubt you're going to get Ghost is, even before Jon goes in there, Ghost is going to be going crazy as well. Don't forget, we've got Bodok, who is that great boar who hates Ghost. If Ghost is going crazy, Bodok is also going to go crazy. This is going to be horrific for a little while, and it's going to be a fight for control. The Night's Watch, I just suspect, will end up in a position where they don't have a leader. They've just killed their Lord Commander. And a small group of them have killed him. And then there's probably a larger group of people who feel that they owe their life to Jon in some way, led by Tormund. The Night's Watch are no longer going to be in control of Castle Black. I think is going to be the end point. The one person who might be able to do something to kind of create some calm, I think, is Melisandre. You could certainly imagine, we don't know what she comes out with a new type of magic, every book or so. She can protect herself with a ruby around her neck from poison. She can do shadow babies. She can do a glamour on someone. She will always coming out with new types of magic. She will have some kind of magic, I feel sure, that will be able to grab everyone's attention, make her look like she's hugely powerful, and everyone has to just do as she says. So I think calm will be restored. She or someone else will put Jon's body into the ice cells, and then there will be this period of, well, what are we going to do next? At which point, potentially, we will have people like Tychonosaurus, Fake Aya, arriving up at the wall. Maybe even we're going to get people arriving with the piece of paper that says, "Hey, Jon is legitimized. He's the new Lord of Winterfell." Lots of things will be happening. It's going to be a mess. There's going to be nobody in overall control, and I think it's entirely possible. People have speculated this before, but it's entirely possible that the people who did it do escape, realize that the game's up. What they were grumbling about it for some time, what Jon was doing for some time, but finally they've gone ahead and done something, and now they realize that they're in a minority. They did what they thought they should do, but they're in a minority. Paris G. Summerhall is key to the promised prince prophecy, and obviously the place where Aegon V tried to bring back dragons. Do you think its tragedy is related to the reappearance of the others? The timelines do match up. Yeah, so I have to revisit this, I think, is the honest answer, because it's a thought that does keep on reappearing. When you say the timelines match up, yeah, they do, sort of. In as much as us knowing when the others started to reappear, our best guess is it's not a happy calculation, but you can try and work out how long Craster has been doing what he's been doing. because he's been obviously leaving out his sons, and how long he had to have been doing that for. You can, if you say that's going on for like 40 or so years, you can start to match that up to perhaps Summerhall in some way. So yeah, the timing sort of worked. The fact that George R. R. Martin has kept it so secret, not just because of this is the fates of Dunk and Egg, but is there something else going on there? It is all rather suspicious, and we do know that the reappearance of the dragons kind of like raises the magical temperature of the world in a way. When Dany's dragons come back, then glass candles start working, fire magicians in Karth get more powerful, that kind of thing. So maybe Aegon, who did a lot of research, let's not forget, he got in, he lost knowledge from Ashai, he brought in pyromancers, he did all the things that he felt had to be done. It just went wrong in some way. So it's possible. When you say it's central to the Prince that was promised prophecy, a lot of that is kind of centered around there. It has to be said. So the Rhaegar being born, Rhaegar obviously was the firstborn child of Aerys and Rhaella. That is the line from which the Prince that was promised was supposed to be coming. The person who gave the newly invigorated Prince that was promised prophecy, the Woods Witch, the Ghost of High Heart, was there. So there's a lot of things going on. And then much later, Rhaegar continually went back to Summerhall and probably learned about the Song of Ice and Fire there from the Woods Witch. So, but that's like a complete digression. So, yes, I think I would agree. It is pretty central. I don't think we've got the evidence yet to say, other than the sort of a potential coincidence of timelines. I don't think we've got the information to say yet that it is linked to the return of the others. But it is still a mystery. What, if anything, was the prompt? Jacob Amiable Lena. So I've been wondering why the slave masters don't hire a faceless man for Dany. Faceless men don't seem to hold opinions on who they sacrifice. Well, they may. The biggest issue there actually is timing. So Braavos is in the far northwestern corner of Essos, and Slavers Bay is in sort of like near the southeastern corner of the map. That you can go further off to Karth and Ashai, but it's a long way across. And the masters, if you're wondering about who is effectively the masters in Meereen, they are there trying to deal with her. Their first instinct probably wasn't to think about Braavos. There are other assassins more in that part of the world. In fact, Dany had an assassination attempt against her from the Sorrowful Men. So maybe that would be a place that they would be more likely to start. And now, of course, she's disappeared. So, yes, it's possible. But in order to hire a faceless man, they'd have had to go all the way up to Braavos and then all the way back again. And it's entirely possible that she would have gone by that point. So, yeah, why not? But the practicalities as much as anything. Paul Whitrock. I missed the Arya one last week, but do you think the intimacy between her and Gendry is something George R. R. Martin would actually write, or just a weird D&D addition? So A couple of thoughts here. The first is that George R. R. Martin has said that he is going to revisit Arya and Gendry. So what that probably means is if she comes back, and this does actually sort of tangentially fit in with the might Arya kill Lady Stoneheart thing, is that Lady Stoneheart leads the Brotherhood Without Banners. Gendry is currently the blacksmith for the Brotherhood Without Banners. If Arya is coming back to try and find this mysterious Lady Stoneheart, a good place for her to start would be the Inn at the Crossroads. There's a good chance that she will be able to find Gendry. So that is being revisited, but we have to remember Arya is still very young. I don't remember off the top of my head what age she is now, but 13, maybe, something like that. So, yeah, within the context of the TV show, just the TV show, I know people had different views on this. I actually didn't mind it. I have to say, it kind of felt, I quite liked that episode. That was the Night of the Seven Kingdoms episode, the Knighting Brienne episode. It was the one where you're talking about this is the last night before the big battle with the others. The army of the dead is coming. And if you remember that episode, then it just moving around from place to place. How do people cope with this? Knowing there's a very good chance that tomorrow they will die. And you get some people are drinking, some people are just like gathering together and telling stories. Some people are like Jamie and Brienne. That was clearly a recognition from him of something that perhaps should have happened a long time ago, setting some old wrongs right. And so all these different reactions by people, and it as something for Arya, who's a grown-up Arya on the TV show, and a grown-up Gendry. Why not? I mean, I know some people found it a bit weird. I didn't hate it myself, but in the books, no, she's too young. I hope too young for George R. R. Martin to do that. Let's go with Carl Carlsnack saying John banging his Aunt Danny is weird enough. Yeah. Let's go with a question from the chat. Oh, no, the chat from Patreon. Ranabin Mitra saying salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. I hope you're well enjoying the weather. Today's question, I hope you don't mind. It was, you said it was a long question. I've paraphrased this quite a bit, so I hope you don't mind. Is thanks to a few observations from Michael Talks About Stuff YouTube channel regarding Jon's plot arc for the second half of The Winds of Winter, or Dream of Spring. And the overall narrative here, so Jon does come back. He now trusts Melisandre a whole lot more because she's involved in him being brought back. She tells him about the other servants she saw in the fire. She saw these two characters who she was convinced were the champions of the Great Other. Now we know that she saw Bloodraven and Bran, but she's decided they are the champions of the Great Other. And so she sends Jon north to Bloodraven's cave to deal with this, where he's then fighting or coming up against Bran. And this kind of creates Bran being this last hero kind of figure who's sort of gone off on this journey, getting the help of the Children of the Forest. And Jon actually then becomes like the Night's King from the legends, particularly if with Melisandre he has shadow babies, but that's then kind of inverting it in a way. So what do I think about it? I'm not personally, I'm not convinced. There was, you're right, George R. R. Martin did talk about in his original pitch, he talked about a great antipathy growing between Bran and Jon. I don't personally think that is something which has survived to this story that we have now. And I think that Jon's next move is not north, but I think it's south. That's what he was going to do. Let's not forget, he was absolutely set before he before he got stabbed. He was absolutely set on heading down to Winterfell, and I can't see that anything much is going to change. The people, when he comes back, the people who opposed it with the people who were stabbing him, so he's not likely to now be wanting to do what they want to do. He's got people who will support him and follow him. It's possible that he will have people come to him and tell him he's been legitimized and he is now the Lord of Winterfell, which is a massive thing. He thinks about this a huge amount, this idea that, you know, he could have been Lord of Winterfell. Would he have been a good Lord of Winterfell? He thinks about this a lot. So being told he is going to make a huge difference, particularly given the fact he's twice been offered it by Stannis and said no because of his loyalty to the Night's Watch. And if the Night's Watch now attempted to kill him, and if he's died and he thinks that, you know, his oaths are fulfilled, then yeah, I think his next move is south, not north. Just in terms of the technicality thing, I did come across this when I was looking at and this is another video which is going to come out soon. What's Mance Rayder doing in Winterfell? Now, as a sort of a tangent on that, there is a bit when Melisandre's talking to Jon about this, revealing that this is Mance Rayder, who, you know, everybody thought she'd killed, but actually she'd secretly kept alive. And she says to Jon, well, he's got you to thank for that. And Jon says, well, what have I got to do with this? And she says, because do you remember what you said to Stannis? You said that the laws of men end at the wall. Which technically means that yes, he should have died and been killed because he refused to bend the knee. But we're at the wall, so technically the rules of men end here, so he can survive. That to me feels like a bit of foreshadowing. First of all, another moment where, despite Stannis' reputation, he doesn't play as a stickler by the rules when it doesn't suit him. He's happy to be sort of like just a little bit playing fast and loose with these things, but it's also, I think, quite foreshadowy of this kind of idea of the rules of men end at the wall. I'm getting out of this death on a technicality. I can leave the wall and go south on a technicality. So that, I think, feels quite foreshadowy of what will probably happen with Jon. Okay, let's have a quick flick back through the chat. And Demetrius saying, nice, I never thought of Jon ever thinking of the south. Stannis is the only one to ever mention that Dragonstone can be quarried for dragonglass. Yeah, well, when I say the south, I don't mean necessarily the south. I think retaking Winterfell is his main objective. But then, yes, the dragonglass, at some point, people are going to have this brainwave, we need dragonglass. And what about Dragonstone? So his objective is defending the wall and the north, and that will require him to go south a bit first. Question from A.D. Ross. Greetings, Sir Robert. Prior to the Pink Letter, a lot of Jon's actions in attempting to integrate the wildlings, reform the Watch, and navigate relations with Stannis were already attracting resentment from the other Night's Watchmen. Do you think his assassination was inevitable, regardless of his reaction to the Pink Letter, or could he have succeeded in shoring up the defences of the wall ahead of the White Walkers' eventual attack? I think it was pretty inevitable. This pushed it too far, and made it happen. But I think if he'd carried on that way, it was definitely going to happen sooner or later. When you reread those chapters, his last 3, 4, 5 chapters, you pay attention to the people around him. They are the growing discontentment is palpable, and it's about some things which seem like quite small, like provisions. Um, is that they've not got enough provisions to get the Night's Watch through a long winter. And then Jon lets a whole new load of people come to the wall, and it's like, well, what are we going to do now? We don't have enough food for everyone. And so they start getting grumpy about that. Then they start getting grumpy about the fact that Jon is, and it's not entirely his fault, he's allowing Stannis and Stannis' men to be staying there at Castle Black. Then obviously he's letting the wildlings through. Then he's giving the wildlings castles. He's allowing women to be staying at the wall. He's allowing the wildlings to be heading off, leading groups of Night's Watchmen on missions to the north, theoretically anyway. It's bit after bit after bit that you can hear and you can see among particularly those who've been in the Night's Watch a long time and take it seriously. This is against everything that they've ever stood for. It's against what they swore. They think that what Jon is doing is not just being a bad head of the Night's Watch, but this is a sackable offence. They are looking at this and seeing the entire Night's Watch could fall apart under this guy's watch in the matter of like a couple of years. So we see that growing all the way through the last 3, 4, 5 chapters for Jon. And then you combine that with what we were looking at a moment ago, which is Jon is sending his allies away. And he's not got anyone there on his side, except people who are perhaps not 100% on his side. Melisandre or Tormund. People who you think, yeah, okay, they might be good allies, but to the Night's Watch, is Tormund a good ally for Jon? Well, they wouldn't think so. They were fighting him not too long ago, and now here he is being in Jon's inner councils. So no, I think it was like the best tragedies. It was pretty inevitable. What the trigger was, that could have happened at any time, but Jon's actions led to that. Per Marcus Rissman, 7 blessings to you, Robert, and the mods, and an extra rainbow, since we're talking about our favourite twink, Jon Snow. My favourite theory about Jon Snow is that he is bisexual. As Lord Commander, his thoughts about satin are kind of on the nose. Seeing how George is a Gardner writer, I wonder what might have inspired him to go that way, if it's true at all. Is it connected to his warging, or did he write Jon's chapters during Pride Month and get inspired? Okay, so if you're wondering what this is about, Satin, he's not really a character on the TV show. He is in the books. Satin is a male prostitute from Old Town who gets sent up to the wall. And he's a good-looking lad. Let's put it that way. The word pretty is used to describe him quite a lot. His hair's flowing and beautiful. He has oils that he combs through his beard so that he smells nice. And he's quite a sensitive soul as well. And Jon kind of takes a shine to him. And it is noticeable that Jon, when he looks at or thinks about Satin, he notices that he's quite pretty. Oh, he's smelling good today. More than you might think just normally. He doesn't think about Sam and observe particular things about Sam in that same kind of way. Is this signs of attraction? Well, I'm happy for people to read into this how they wish. I think George has left it open to that. Personally, I think I read a difference in how he looks at and sees Ygritte, for example, even Melisandre, um, and how he looks at and thinks about Satin. Um, but yeah, it is noticeable, and people have started picking up on it within the story, that they seem to think, oh, John's favouring Satin. Why do he's keeping Satin close by him as his steward? So people kind of picking up on it. I think he's left it open, but I don't think that's where he's going with it. It's just my take. Um, Mara Lee saying, hi, Robert and Dan. I hope you're both well. At the end of the TV show, Jon ends up back with his brothers of the Night's Watch after killing Dany. Most likely, he'll probably end up with a similar destiny. But do you think it will be for the same reason, him killing Dany, or do you see a different fate for him? Once he is resurrected, he really would have no reason to stay with the Night's Watch, since with his death, his watch had ended. He can now go anywhere and be anything he chooses. Given the information George R. R. Martin has said and written of the character, what do you see will then be Jon Snow's fate in the books? What will be his destiny? If you were writing it, what would I like to see? Well, so I think that his fate in the books is, I mean, it's largely what we've been covering. I think when he comes back, so his skin changes into Ghost, he comes back as himself, at which point these expectations on him will start to grow and grow. He will head down to Winterfell. I think that was what he was wanting to do beforehand. So I think that's what he's going to carry on doing. He will head down to Winterfell, and he will try and retake it, and I think he will try to unite the North in some way. His focus, however, is also very much on the wall and trying to make sure the wall gets protected. So that, I think, is his focus. It's only after that that he will start getting entangled with these other expectations coming on him. Because whereas he might accept, and it's complicated for him, but he might accept the "you have been legitimized, you are now Lord of Winterfell" thing. The idea that brings with it King of the North, I don't think that's a thing that he's particularly going to be embracing. He may allow it. People might sort of push that on him. But that's kind of like how his arc goes, because that's what happens with becoming Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He didn't put himself forward for this. This was Sam and others pushing for him to become that. And then he kind of like goes, okay, fine, I'll do it. And he turns out to be actually reasonably good at the job, a good leader. So we're going to have that. Then we're going to have the, actually, you know what? You're the heir to the Iron Throne. That whole conversation is going to be pushed onto him as well. So it's the weight of these expectations which are being placed on him. I think he's going to actually remain quite focused in on the things that he was before. And then probably I do foresee a romance with Dany. As for what I would do, yeah, I mean, I think the way George R. R. Martin has teed it up, it's along those lines. I think I love this idea of him being this tragic hero who does the things he has to do, and he suffers for it. He had to allow the wildlings through, and he gets killed for it. That was the sensible decision. If he did not, they would get massacred by the others, and they'd turn into whites, and there'd be an even bigger army facing them. It was the right decision, but he got killed for it. It was the right decision to send Sam down to Old Town, but that meant that he lost his closest ally and best friend up there. It was the right plan to be sending people off into the other forts along the wall, but that again cost him his friends and allies. So he's doing the right things, but tragedy is following in his footsteps. So yeah, I think that the idea of him being this character who is noble in the sense of he's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but he's generally trying to do the right thing, but bad stuff happens to him, and he just keeps on soldiering on, and losing more and more of the will to live. I like that as an idea. It's quite depressing, but I like it as a literary idea. Andrew Kay saying Jon operates like Ned politically, in my opinion, honourable and does the right thing often, but at great personal cost or risk. Yep, I would agree. Tommy of Then saying such is the nature of sacrifice. Yeah, absolutely. Aglos Lucato saying hello, Robert. Hope you're well. I am. I've always believed that Jon fulfills the requirements of the Azor Ahai prophecy through his assassination, since his wounds seem to be smoking and Bowen Marsh has tears in his eyes while stabbing him. Human tears containing salt. This could be interpreted as Jon's death marking the symbolic birth of a different character, Azor Ahai, or it could simply mean that George is teasing us as he often does. Either way, I don't think the words he uses are coincidental. What do you think? Well, the quote, in case you missed this is from when Jon is getting stabbed. This is the quote. Then Bowen Marsh stood there before him, tears running down his cheeks, for the watch. He punched Jon in the belly. When he pulled his hand away, the dagger stayed where he had buried it. Jon fell to his knees. He found the dagger's hilt and wrenched it free. In the cold night air, the wound was smoking. So we do have salt and smoke. It's also possible that this could have similar bit of imagery could happen when he is resurrected, so to speak. If, as I think is likely, he's going to be put into the ice cells and then put on some kind of funeral pyre, so the water of the ice melts. The wall, we've been told lots of times, the wall is weeping or about to weep, so we get the tears from that, and that is salty. Don't forget, Bran, when he went under the wall, he tasted the salt from a drip from the wall. So we get salt from that, smoke from the funeral pyre. You could certainly see that as fulfilling that bit of the prophecy. Dany, born on Dragonstone, the salt from the waves, the smoke and Dragonstone. There's like these fissures. It's kind of like volcanic island fissures where smoke's coming up, salt and smoke. Similarly, there's a funeral pyre for her rebirth that she emerges from. Again, another echo of Jon and Dany, potentially, if that's the way that Jon comes back. She kind of emerges. There's the tears for the death of Drogo and from Miri Maz-Dur, and then the smoke from the funeral pyre. So you can get these things from lots of different places. Yes, George is playing with us. I think that's the only honest way of saying this, is that you can look for these things in lots of different ways. We get Maester Aemon, who is no fool. Maester Aemon says he thought that it was Rhaegar because of tragedy at Summerhall. And at Summerhall, then there's the tears for all of those who died, and then there's the smoke from the fire. So salt and smoke. That's what he thought. And then Melisandre thought it was Stannis because of the Dragonstone link again. So there's lots of ways you can interpret this. And that, I think, is one of the things George R. Martin is telling us, is that you can't take that as a sign of it's definitely that person because of this thing here. We will be able to look back and say yes because of that, but not look forward and say this person because of that, if that makes sense. I think you will find that George R. R. Martin is happy to show this imagery in lots of different ways, and we will see salt and smoke increasingly as imagery around the possible candidates to be Azor Ahai. Adam Riggs, is it ever explained why the wall is salty? I mean, we don't have a sort of a definitive explanation, other than certainly the starting point of the wall, that it was water from lakes. They could be saltwater lakes, created into ice blocks, hauled across by giants, and then forming up the wall. So that could be salt water in there. Beyond that, no, we've not really got an explanation. And Samantha Drake, how will Jon survive his wounds that have already killed him once when he defrosts or whatever? Will Melisandre be a part of that? How will the wildlings react to his resurrection? Okay, so the wounds is an interesting one. And for all of my talk of this isn't like a other resurrections we see, there might be an element of it. In as much as George R. Martin, he did rather famously a few years ago, he did an interview with Vanity Fair, I think it was, and he sort of said Beric Dondarrion was the foreshadowing, as a Firewhite, was foreshadowing for Jon. Which was a kind of a throwaway remark, which said everybody go, oh, so Jon's coming back. He was saying this in the context of the TV show, obviously. But also it got us thinking, oh, so there's different types of whites. We get ice whites and we get fire whites. But the hint, therefore, is that, yeah, this is he's coming back potentially as some sort of a firewhite as well in some way. So there might be an element of that. There might be an element of George R. Martin sort of hand waving over this and just sort of saying, okay, so it's so cold, his body gets taken to the ice cells, and it all gets kind of frozen in stasis, so he doesn't get any worse. And then maybe the fire, if he gets resurrected through some use of fire, then that kind of cauterizes the wounds. I don't know. It's possible to be stabbed a few times and they miss the main organs. So maybe that happened, or maybe it is a little bit of magic from Melisandre. You could certainly see it doesn't ruin any of our thoughts that Jon is skin changed into Ghost and then comes back into this kind of revitalized body of his, for him to come back to life, as it were, and then sort of stagger and collapse and then get healed by Melisandre. That I think doesn't affect anything. So yeah, there are a number of different ways this could work, but yeah, I don't think the wounds are going to be the issue. How will the wildlings react to his resurrection? In a variety of different ways would be my guess. It's entirely possible it depends on who is shaping opinion in Castle Black at the time. So I think Melisandre is going to be central to a lot of this. She is going to claim credit, even if she's not much there to credit. And she's going to be like, he has come back. Our Lord has brought him back through me. And if she can do that, then perhaps she can get some people on her side. But I think it's fair to say the reaction of the wildlings, it's not just the wildlings. It will be people generally. And this idea that he has come back from the dead is going to be kind of freaky for a lot of people. A lot of people aren't going to be 100% sure. Is it still you in there? Is going to be like a normal kind of question. So yeah, we'll have to kind of wait and see. And I think him, it might indirectly lead him to embrace more the skin changing part, the walking part of who he is, because the wildlings would actually understand that. The people south of the wall would be quite suspicious of this, let's put it that way. But the wildlings will be, there's a sort of an understanding that a skin changer would go into their animal, and therefore theoretically, okay, so if the body actually didn't fully die, if it was just like frozen and then brought back, okay, maybe. So it's entirely possible that the wildlings, some of the wildlings will kind of understand at a level that a lot of the Southerners wouldn't. Okay, let's go to a question from Ariel Winchester saying, "Hi, Robert. I really like your theory or thought that at the end of the series we will still not know who the prince that was promised or Azor Ahai truly was, but they will see pieces completed by different people. How do you see Jon contributing to the prophecy? How do you envision his role in defeating the others and the final big bad, Euron? Second fun question, do you see him going north of the wall like the end of the show? It was one of the endings I felt was truly fitting." Yeah, I've sort of answered that one already, so I hope you don't mind me referring you to the answer I gave some moments ago. On that one, in terms of the thought that once this is all done, this is just my general feeling. Once the whole story is written, let's imagine that wonderful day. We will get to it, and then we'll look back, and we will still be able to debate and discuss who actually was Azor Ahai Reborn, or who was the prince that was promised, because you could read the story in a number of different ways, and that is one of the marks of good fiction, is that it does not stop the debate. Once something's finished, that does not stop the debate. You're still working with people nowadays. You can study Hamlet and still interpret it in a number of different ways, and I'm not saying A Song of Ice and Fire is like Hamlet, but you know the point I'm trying to make is that you have a good story with good characters, good literature in some way, then it leaves open questions of interpretation, not just so here's the end of the story, and we're all done and everything's explained. George R. Martin is going to leave a lot of things, I wouldn't say unexplained, but open for informed debate. So within that, yes, I think that there's potential for different people to be doing different things, all of which fit this kind of Azor Ahai, Prince that was promised theme. And where does Jon fit in this? Well, he's leading the defense. He may not be the person who does the huge amount, the final bits of damage. Dany's on a dragon going to be doing a huge amount of damage. Maybe Jon will get a dragon at some point, but I don't think he's going to be the person doing. I firmly believe that with the magic that created the others has to be unmade, and I think that's a Bran thing, not a Jon thing. I don't think this is going to end up in just a big battle. That doesn't feel quite right. I think there's going to be more to it than that. But yeah, Jon will be central to the others, defeating the others, and then he's also going to be central to the dealing with the threat from the dragons. As I say, I don't think this necessarily means all the dragons will die. I think that there's a good chance that Drogon might survive, but the dragons leaving Westeros, I think Jon will play a central part in. Rural Jora saying, "Love Jon, but Jon Snow, the later years TV show? No, sir. Of all the stories that need to be told, this simply isn't a priority, it has to be said." Yeah, well, I'll give a quick update on that one, in case people have missed the most recent bits of news. So we heard first, it was a few years ago now, that Kit Harington had got together a team to create a Jon Snow spin-off, a sequel story, Jon Snow's story after the end of Game of Thrones. And this was going to be show canon, not book canon. And he got together, obviously the HBO people, they like Kit Harington. He did a good job. They were willing to entertain this as an idea. They were looking for ideas. They still are looking for ideas for where they go with this franchise, which is, let's not forget, still at this moment the biggest thing that HBO do. Game of Thrones was the biggest thing that they have ever done. House of the Dragon, season 1 at least, was the next biggest thing after that. This is huge, and Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, huge. So they are looking for stuff. So they were willing to entertain this. And my understanding was that he came in with his team, and most people were expecting this to be like, but actually he put a lot of thought into it. The people who developed this idea, and they were willing to work with this for a while. But they eventually, and this is what's come out more recently, is they eventually came to the realization that this it was too much of a downer. Basically the story that we're told, the hints that we've got is that this will be Jon. He's gone north of the wall, and he's just depressed from it all, everything that happened, and so he chases off Ghost, and then he throws away his sword, and then he builds a shelter, and then he knocks it down, and then he builds a shelter again, and it's just basically him working through his trauma. And the execs decided, I think rightly, that's just too much of a downer, too much of a drag for a TV show. It may have been, worthy in some way, but it wasn't there. And the kind of hints are, Kit Harington has been very, and kudos to him for this, he's been very open about his struggles with alcohol particularly during the later years of doing the show, and also this kind of, I don't think he uses the word, but withdrawal afterwards, which again I completely understand. This was a huge thing. He became a global superstar. Everybody recognized him, and so ending that was a hard process to work his way through. So this was probably at least part of his kind of self-therapy. But as I say, respect to Kit Harington for facing up to those things and being open about it. But so they've decided they're not doing that. That has, I think the word they've used is shelved. That they're not saying it's not ever going to happen, but they put it aside for the time being. But then they've also got this idea of, they like the idea of having a successor show, not just going back in time before Game of Thrones, which is where the two we've got already are, and the next few things that seem to be on the radar, they're all in the past, but do it going forward with characters that people know and like already. And the current thinking is maybe they'll do something based in Essos and something perhaps with Arya, which the wording of what we've had is a little bit vague. Maybe Jon might make an appearance, but I think the idea is Arya, which does kind of tie in with a random blog post that George R. R. Martin came out with, I'm going to say 3 years ago now, when he happened to be passing through London. He passes through London most years, I've noticed. He's got a lot of friends over in London, and a lot of business connections, frankly, as well. And he met up with Maisie Williams, and he said, and had dinner or something with her, and he said, I can't tell you, but that, exciting plans that maybe one day will come out. And probably that's what it was. It was this kind of early, and if so, then this is quite a long time in gestation. In terms of spin-offs, we've obviously got the two we've got going on, but all the noises from HBO recently have been very positive. People don't want to be waiting more than a year for the next thing, etc., etc. Expect the next thing to get properly announced. I think will be a decision on Aegon's invasion, which I think is happening. We've not had any green lights yet. They are developing both films and TV show. There was recently a little bit of publicity around the films, but that wasn't attached to anything saying the TV show is not happening. I don't think a final decision has been made. But Aegon's invasion will, I think, be the next thing. Let's not forget, we've got this season and then one more season of House of the Dragon, which is probably then going to be in 2 years' time. And then we've got two more episodes of Dunk and Egg, 2 more seasons of Dunk and Egg, unless George R. R. Martin gets around to writing another Dunk and Egg book. We're looking at potentially in 2028, we've run out of content. HBO has signalled very strongly they do not want that to happen. So expect Aegon's invasion to be announced at some point, I think, in the next 6 months, perhaps off the back of House of the Dragon, who knows. And one of the other spin-offs, surely they will announce as well. So I don't think they want to overload this, but they want us to be having more content. Okay, I don't know whether that's where you're going with that question, but it's always good to give a little bit of an update on where we're at on these kind of things. Rabbi Mitra saying, I suspect George R. Martin is quiet on his blog for a very good reason. He is quiet on his blog. This is the point at which it's starting to get noticeable. Because he had said that what he would do was last summer he travelled. He was again in London. He was in Oxford. He went up to Glasgow, popped over to Northern Ireland, and I think somewhere Berlin he went to as well. He said he was going to give, not one long blog post, but mini blog posts with like updates from various different things, and then he just stopped doing them. So yes, it's been noticeable. There probably are reasons, but let's not speculate because I don't know at all. If anyone's got any inside information, please do tell me. But I think that's it's noticeable that it has gone quite quiet on that. Let's go anyway. Where were we at? A question from Yeldenil saying, hi Robert, I hope you're having a good week. I am. A short question this time. Do we have evidence that Ghost can hear? He's described as unnaturally quiet and an albino. I wonder. So, yes. First of all, yes, he's often described as unnaturally quiet. He's not mute in the sense that no noise ever emits from him. That he sometimes does sort of growl, but he doesn't do the kind of any other kind of wolfy noises. And most of the time, he is absolutely silent, like a ghost. So there's that there. Can he hear? Yes, I think almost certainly he certainly can respond to spoken commands. And it's entirely possible. If I had a couple of hours, I could probably go through and look to see the extent to which you could say that this is, because there's clearly a mind connection between Jon and Ghost, the extent to which he giving orders, Ghost can just understand what Jon is wanting, and the extent to which he's like listening. But I think there probably are somebody in the chat might have an example to hand when somebody else makes a noise or says something and Ghost looks around. So yes, he's not deaf. He seems to have full function of his senses, but it's just he's very quiet. Chaos Ballerina, you missed me. Did I? Sorry, did you do another thing? I do apologize. Hang on, let me have a look. This does sometimes even even super chats go missing. Okay, Chaos Ballerina, here we go. Apologies for that. Most fans agree Jon is the second head of the dragon. Who do you think is the third? Also, I think Jon is the mount Dany rides for love. Yeah, a lot of people say that. It's one of those things where you go, okay, fine. If George wants to go that way, he can go that way. I think that given that we've got a horse and we've got a dragon, I think another animal. So that's just my take on how that works. And I think that the way that those things are structured in the House of the Undying makes me think that he is the love, and that mount is being ridden to love, which makes me want, and I have no idea where this might work in my mind. There is a moment when Dany has to get to Jon, and the way to get to Jon is by riding on top of Ghost, which is sort of like doing the opposite and equal. If Jon is riding a dragon and then she rides a wolf, then that kind of works. But as I say, if he wishes to go down that other route, he can definitely do that. Most fans agree Jon is the second head of the dragon. Who do you think is the third? So, I mean, this is one of those things where this is such a vague prophecy. Every time it's said, although the three heads, the dragon must have three heads, is only ever really said in context of Dany. It has to be said. In as much as Rhaegar says it in a vision when Dany is watching, Aemon says it when he is talking about Dany, and then Dany and Jorah say it when they're talking about that vision that Dany had. So there might be one reference when it's not in the main storyline. This is when it's not the dragon must have three heads, not just a sort of a generic talking about the sigil or anything like that. So this is kind of like a thing that Dany thinks about. She clearly decides that she is, and she doesn't spell it out exactly like this, but she does sort of think there are only going to be two men that I can really trust. She's clearly thinking that she's going to marry two men or have two men alongside her to be riding those other two dragons. Yes, I agree, Jon, being the second one. In terms of the third one, I think we shouldn't take any prophecy with George R. Martin. We shouldn't take as being the we therefore know as a hard and fast rule. This has to happen exactly how in our mind this should happen. In our mind, what should happen is, yes, we should have Jon and Dany and another Targaryen. So we have three Targaryens riding the three dragons. Perhaps then we might have Fagon proving he's a real Targaryen, but I think the hints are that he's not a real Targaryen. Might he ride a dragon? It's possible. But also, I think that it's entirely possible that she might be unmasking him as not a real Targaryen. Then we might get the prospect of the third dragon being ridden by Euron. That's entirely... I mean, it's not just a possibility. I think that Euron is trying to make that happen. Whether he succeeds is another matter, but we have to consider it as a possibility because Euron is trying to make it happen, and there's no reason to think that Dragonbinder doesn't do roughly what we think it does. If he's then the third dragon rider, does that make him the third head of the dragon? I don't know. So I think this is another one of those things where it's not just a hard and fast, we're just looking for the third Targaryen thing. I think we can interpret this in a few different ways. I think you can make a case for Tyrion as well, thematically. As I said, when you're looking at Jon and Dany with the mothers died in childbirth, brought up by a man who's probably not their father, looked down on for various reasons in their upbringing, all of those kinds of things. Tyrion fits that same mark that Jon and Dany do as well, making him appear quite... And there's a possibility he's a secret Targaryen, of course, let's not forget. So, yeah, there's lots of possibilities going on there. I think this is another one of those ones where we will be able to look back at the end and say, you can interpret this in a number of different ways. Let's go with... Who have we gone to? Yeldenil. I talked about Sir Friend saying Happy Thursday, Robert. I'll be shocked if we don't see a combination of the Jon/Sam scenes with Jorah in the show. They're in the show in the books to allow for Jorah to wield the Longclaw. This frees up Jon to wield Dawn. Would love to hear your thoughts on how you think that might actually happen, and also how the characters might learn that Dawn also works against the others. It's easy to say it's obvious, but we surely need some kind of history or lore drop to confirm it, rather than just hoping it works. Best wishes, warmest regards, and to you. Well, yes, we do need some sort of a lore drop. There are plenty of ways with lore drops. Now, this isn't the kind of thing where I'm too concerned. It's a matter of which one of many different places might we get there. Sam will learn some things in Old Town, no doubt at all. Bran will learn things through the Weirwood network, no doubt at all about that. Howland Reed has got a huge amount of information. Howland Reed, let's not forget, we always talk about Ned Stark went to Starfall, to House Dane after the Tower of Joy. So did Howland Reed. And if our theory is right, and we will probably find out in about 3 months, if our theory is right, that Howland and Ashara Dane got together, then he's married into the Dane house. So he may well know about the history there, about the Sword of Dawn. So he might be able to tell Jon. How might this all work? Well, Dany, if we go back all the way to book 1, she does at some point say to Ser Jorah, you're my first member of my Queen's Guard, and I will give you a great longsword, I think she says, to defend me with. So that promise is kind of hovering over them. Now, obviously, Jorah has come back. Obviously, she now needs to welcome him back. I suspect he will need to do more than just present Tyrion. That was his plan. Here's Tyrion. You like me again? I think he will probably need to do a bit more than that. But if he does, assuming he does get back into her good books, then she will want him to have that sword. And so if she does have that sword, which sword would she want to give him? Well, the sword of his family, as a way to, and the combination here is her giving him the sword, and who is the person theoretically out of anyone who could get rid of that kind of stain of guilt over Jorah Mormont? Ned Stark's son, whoever the Lord of Winterfell is. Ned Stark basically sentenced Jorah to death for the slavery thing. And who could say, okay, I now free you from that? Well, Dany can say that to him, of course, but in the north, Jon Snow. So if he does, then that does free up the possibility of Longclaw going to Ser Jorah. And if we get Dawn, and if it is realized, Howland Reed realizes it, then getting that to Jon, I think, is the logical next step. Eric Super saying, tinfoil hat, Jon embodies the Tully words. Jon chose duty over honor with Ygritte, then family over duty, going to Winterfell, and then Robb, honor over duty, the wife. Sansa chose duty over family, and Lady Stoneheart gave the kiss of life to Jon. I think that's what you're saying. So the family, duty, honor, these are the Tully words, which obviously come from Catelyn's side of the family. Jon choosing duty over honor, yeah, perhaps. but that's more duty over love would be my take. If you're saying Lady Stoneheart will give the kiss of life to Jon, I think the biggest issue on this is distance. She is down in the Riverlands at the moment. Jon is up at the Wall. For her to travel all of that distance, that's months. And yeah, who's to say Jon might be and might be frozen for months before he comes back. But she's got things she's doing. She's not got a reason to be heading up north at the moment. She's got things she wants to be doing in the Riverlands, so she'd have to deal with that. And this would mean her going all the way to the north. I don't know, at the end of the book. I think Jon comes back before that. So I don't personally think it's Lady Stoneheart who brings Jon back. Frank, why were Othor and Jafer flowers sent back to the Wall by the others? So these were the two dead Night's Watchmen, the bodies that they kind of dragged back through the Wall, and then they woke up, and then one of them started attacking. Othor started attacking Jeor Mormont. Jon comes in, saves the day. Why did the others do that? Well, the headline reason is the others seem to have been prioritizing trying to take out the Night's Watch leadership. Even in the prologue, who were they focusing their attention on? Waymar Royce, who looks like a leader. If you remember, he got the most expensive kit on, and he's clearly giving orders to the others too. Then they attack Benjen Stark's group. Now, we think probably Benjen managed to escape that, but they focus in on him, and he was the first ranger, obviously. Then, when they get those two bodies smuggled through and they come to life, they don't just randomly go out on a rampage trying to kill. They actively go and hunt down the leadership. Othor goes to try and find Jeor Mormont and kill him. Jafer Flowers kills 5, I think, including Jeremy Riker, who was basically Benjen's replacement as First Ranger. So that was the plan, to actively seek out the leadership of the Night's Watch and get rid of them. Now, why were they doing it then? Because at some point, the Night's Watch would realise, all dead bodies, we need to burn them. They're going to realise that the others are on the move. And so this was their one shot. If they were going to do this after this moment, the Night's Watch, they're going to be on their guard. So what this tells us, just as a by the by, that the others are intelligent. They're planning things out. They know they're about to attack the Wall, and what's the best thing to target your attacks on the leadership? Let's try this one sneak attack. We only get one shot at this, but if we leave it any longer, we won't get a shot at all. So yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They're just trying to get away with killing as many members of the leadership as they possibly can. Commander Ray, one of the things that I like to think about is how much Tyrion affected Jon's future and character in general. He went from a bratty but good-hearted boy who whined about how unfair things were to become a leader and caring and taking interest in the people he called brothers, so much that they prevent Jon from deserting and eventually becoming Lord Commander. It's funny, Varys was right about shadows, and I wonder how much more Tyrion's early sobering lesson to Jon will impact both arcs, especially when they reunite. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how Tyrion affected Jon in that particular part of the story. Yeah, so he does. Jon, it has to be said, has a number of these, I don't know whether we call them father figures, but mentors. So Ned Stark, obviously, as a father figure. Benjen was to him. Maester Aemon was, Jeor Mormont was, and in a way Tyrion was. But Tyrion acts more like this kind of like older brother, more worldly older brother. And Um, he what he does is he tries to show Jon what the wall is really like, because he's had a lot of propaganda from people in the north. Oh, going to the wall is just a noble vocation, and Tyrion's there going, yeah, I'm not so sure. I think it's quite a hard life up there, you know. So yeah, Tyrion, he has this impact. He clearly has this impact. It's to Jon that he gives that wonderful little line about, you know, never forget who you are, because the world won't. Use it as an armor. And it's trying to sort of prepare Jon for the hard life that's coming for him. So, which he didn't have at Winterfell. He actually had quite a not a pampered life, but it was quite sheltered. And yes, he was there, sort of like, oh no, I'm never allowed to be sitting with people and when there's feasts and stuff like that, and people give me odd glances every now and then, and all of that kind of stuff. You're right, he does, to start with, come across as a little bit whiny about how unfair it all is. Tyrion has been through that and kind of gives him tips on how to handle it. And so, yes, this strengthens Jon up. I think that the thing I would sort of say about that in particular is, firstly, they call each other friend before they part. They shake hands. It's freezing cold. They take off gloves and shake hands. And that bond is there. So that will be rekindled at some point when the two of them meet again. The connection is there right from the beginning, with this, you know, all dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes. That connects the two of them. Tyrion in those early chapters is very, very dragon coded, staring into the fire, talking about all the books about dragons he used to read, and he's telling, a lot of the time he's sort of telling this to Jon as much as anything else. So that's giving us this kind of link across to the Targaryens that otherwise we might not have got that early on in the story. But I think that through this, it's quite hard to say definitively, but Jon is getting harder. The further on into this he starts out being, yeah, woe is me, everything's unfair. He's now reaching this point where he's just trudging on, doing the things he knows he has to do. The weight of the world is on his shoulders. Tyrion is softening in a way. He starts off with this really hard shell around him. You can't get at him. But then really he starts to realize you can get at him. And he starts caring a little bit more. That doesn't mean that those arcs are going to carry on. We often talk about arcs without thinking of them as being an arc. We think of them as being a straight line. So Tyrion's character arc does not mean he's now going to turn into a very nice person at the end of all of this. He might sort of arc around from the kind of person who can order somebody's death and being chopped up and thrown into a cauldron of brown, from that kind of person, the kind of person who could be shooting his father dead on the privy, to somebody who actually, and this is where Penny as a character is really important, allows him to kind of see himself as other people see him and sympathize with other people in just small ways. He doesn't treat Penny very well at all, don't get me wrong, but you can start to see a few cracks there. He's not going to, I think, carry on and just go off and be a hugely wonderful person after this. In the same way, I don't think that Jon is just going to come off and just get harder and harder and nastier and nastier. I think they're going to sort of curve around, as arcs should do. Let's go to a question from Catherine Furseth saying, hi, Robert. Thanks for these Stark Children live streams. One of the themes that seems to run through Jon's storyline is the demands of and choices between love and duty. We see this time and again. And his in his ultimate decision not to desert to help Robb in leaving the wildlings and Ygritte, in choices made as Lord Commander, and most likely in his ultimate act of killing Dany. This is a strong, stark trait, being able to place your duty and honor above all considerations. Does this also mean, in the end, that he outdid Ned, who seemed in the end to choose love over duty and honor? Is this a contrast you see in Jon and Ned? Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things we can talk about eternally. But yes, Ned chose love over honor, in as much as at all of his times when he gets, I mean, the two classic examples with Lyanna and the baby, he chose his love for his family and allowed his honor to be impugned. People thought that he'd been cheating on his wife, had this bastard child. He allowed people to think that, for his honor to be besmirched because of his love for his family. And then secondly, later on, at the end of his life, he's faced with this decision of basically Sansa is threatened. And if Ned does not do what he should do, in the eyes of Varys and co., if Ned does not admit that he was plotting to take down the king, etc., then bad things will happen to Sansa. So in order to protect his family, he again allows his honor to be impugned. The fact that didn't go through is by the by. He chose family over honor. And that is Ned's defining characteristic. The world thinks that Ned is honorable, despite a couple of things here and there. They think he's an incredibly honorable person, but in reality he chooses love over honor every time. So in terms of Jon, it's duty really rather than honor is the thing here. His duty to the Night's Watch is the thing which keeps on calling him back. What seems to be likely is that where he's at now, and where we left it just before he got stabbed, he was there choosing love, family over duty. His duty said he had to stay at the wall, be Lord Commander of the Night's Watch at the wall, but love made him want to go back to Winterfell. The care for the family is what's going on there. So I think we're going to see Jon start to embrace more of that side of himself. Okay, question from Commander Ray saying, "Hello, Dan the Dog. I hope you're rested from conquering castles." He is, yeah. Let's get down to brass tacks and discuss Jon's tax policy. No, what I'm actually interested in is how the timelines for the Starks arriving back in Winterfell will play out, and if Jon becomes king prior to Bran arriving. Mostly because I wonder if Jon will learn of his true parentage before he meets Dany. There's a lot of moving pieces. Bran is one, but so is Howland, and the company that includes Robb's will. It feels like there's a lot of potential politicking that can happen with Sansa. Sansa would probably have even more support for Jon as king if she knew he was the heir to the Iron Throne. Similar to the show, it would add weight. Question is, does Jon become king before learning his parentage? And does he meet Dany knowing he's a Targaryen, giving a more interesting dynamic between the two? So does he become king before learning about his parentage? Probably. My kind of feeling is that he will head south when he returns. He will head south. He will face down the Boltons with Stannis. Probably, I don't think Stannis is. He's not going to die in the same kind of bizarre cavalry charge that happened on the TV show. Reclaim Winterfell, and at that point, Howland Reed and the others, it's safe for them to come, because Howland Reed and the others with Robb's will are currently, as far as we know, they're in the neck. And once the Boltons have lost control of the north, it is then safe for them to head north. They've got Ned Stark's bones as well. Whether Barbary Dustin will allow that through is another matter. But after Winterfell has been secured, that's when they can go up. So he can probably become the de facto Lord of Winterfell, then get told, actually, you are the Lord of Winterfell because you're the heir. And then at some point after that, that's when Howland Reed or Bran or Sam or whoever, probably Howland Reed is my current favourite, will tell Jon about his parentage. They will tell him when he needs to know. And that is, I think for Howland Reed, if he's kind of playing the Bloodraven game, it is when Jon has finished dealing with all the Winterfell stuff and when he's heading up to sort stuff at the Wall, the great, actually, you are the prince that was promised. Simply telling him that he's a secret Targaryen isn't actually the end game for them. They don't really care about that. That wouldn't mean anything to Jon on its own. What would matter is the fact that, and there's this prophecy that says you have to be doing these things. So that's when he's probably going to be told that. In terms of will he know his parentage before meeting Dany, it would give it a different dynamic. I think the thing that I think the show captured the right, and there's a lot I could say about that dynamic, but I think they captured right in the way that Jon could fall in love with Dany and then discover that they're related, and that would be up with this. George R. R. Martin is always saying anything that matters writing about is the heart in conflict with itself. Would Jon fall in love with Dany if he already knew that that's his aunt? Probably not. So if you're looking for the thing that George R. R. Martin would like writing about the most, then him falling in love with Dany and then discovering that they're related, which then makes him go, but Targaryens do this, so does that make it? Well, no, I've been brought up to know that that's wrong. That kind of moral, say quandary is probably the wrong word. I think he will know where he stands on this. But the heart in conflict with itself comes from him falling in love and then discovering, not the other way around. That's people talking about Dan the dog, which is great. You should talk about Dan the dog more. The reference to castles, in case I put up a picture on X. There was a little viewing post folly thing where we were on a walk, and sometimes you catch a picture of it's perfect. He was running there, very happy, both legs up in the air, or both legs, all legs up in the air, running towards a castle, which just made me happy. Right, let's go to Lorelei Dragon. I've got 2 more questions. I think this is my last question about Jon from Patreon, but please do drop. It's a good time to drop any more questions into the chat. I will get to them. Lorelei Dragon saying, "Good evening, Robert. I hope you're well. I'm wondering about the relationship between Jon and Sam. On the show, they seem to be steadfast brothers in arms who trust unquestionably. But with Jon's more morally grey behaviour and the baby swap, especially in the books, I wonder if their bond is different as well. Will they trust each other absolutely in the Winds of Winter after what Jon has done? Side note, I have created a Discord server where fans can continue discussions between live streams. It's called Deep Geeks. Do you mind sharing that info?" Well, I'm very happy to share that info. Yes. Discord is a thing I've struggled with. I've tried to get into it. Somebody in the chat did once try and get me set up on it, and I just failed miserably to be able to do that. So if you've set something up, fantastic. Deep Geeks. Then if you're on Discord, then check it out, and I will see whether I can find it as well. But thank you. That's really good. As for John and Sam, yeah, so there are more layers to this relationship in the books than there was on the TV show. On the TV show, they liked the simplicity that they're best buddies, that worked. Um, but yes, there's more, particularly the baby swap, which is, for the avoidance of that who don't know what this is. So John basically forced on Sam and Gilly to swap their baby for Mance Rayder's baby. Now, why? Because John was concerned about Melisandre. Melisandre goes around talking lots about king's blood, and if only she had some king's blood, she could do some proper magic. He will have looked around and thought, okay, so there's two bits of king's blood here. There's Maester Aemon, who, as we all know, he was the son of a king, brother of a king, uncle to kings. That's king's blood there. He had the chance to be king, he rejected it. That's some powerful king's blood going on. And then also you get Mance Rayder was the king beyond the wall. So from Melisandre's perspective, his baby must also be the heir to the king beyond the wall. So there's some king's blood going on there. Jon decided to save everything, to save both of them by sending them away. Sam, Gilly, it really hit Gilly really badly, and Sam obviously loves Gilly. So that will have played into this. Sam wasn't happy, but then he got overtaken by seasickness. So there's a lot going on there, and Sam will be more in love with Gilly now than he was even to start with, because they've started sleeping together. So will it be the same? Well, I think the headline is it's broadly going to carry on in the same sort of way. He's going to go down to Old Town. He's going to start learning stuff in the library from the maesters. Maybe he'll get a link or two of his chain. He hasn't got huge amounts of time down there. And just in terms of, in case you're wondering, in terms of getting your links to your chain, that shows mastery of a subject. Most people can get one a year. If you're very good, you could get 2 a year. If you're a genius, you might be able to get 3 in a year. Sam is probably just going to have months. So maybe he'll get a link. But the biggest thing will probably be his self-learning. His going into the library, just discovering stuff while he's there. And then probably Old Town will come under attack from Euron. And probably Sam will decide to head back up north. And if he's got the information that he thinks is vitally important for the Night's Watch, for Jon, and if Old Town is falling, then yeah, he might see this as the opportunity to just, okay, I've done my best, and we're heading back up north now. So when he returns, he will find a different Jon. This is the resurrected Jon. And there will be this thing hanging over them of the baby swap. So is it going to be the same? It's not going to be the same. But by that point in time, the story will have moved on to such a point where the threat from the others is so imminent that I think that they can put other things to those things to one side and just focus in on what needs to be focused in on. Question from Caius Ballerina. Picking up a question from Rana Dimitra. Does that horn with Sam actually summon the others? Jon blew that horn, made no sound, and called it broken. He went off to Castle Black, and the others came and slaughtered everyone at the Fist of the First Men. Possibly. I like the thinking. I'm still of the opinion that this is the Horn of Winter. We have to remember how Jon happens to have it. He's got it because almost certainly Bloodraven organized for him to have it. A whole load of dragonglass and this horn. So the given that we know the Horn of Winter is a thing and it's very powerful, and according to which legend you listen to, it either can bring down the wall or it can raise giants from the earth. And it's going to be important if it actually is. I think, without going all the way back into the Horn of Winter, Crypts of Winterfell thing, I did lots of videos on that. But the thing which always strikes me is this: the horn is broken, is the word that's used for it. But this isn't some complicated like French horn kind of thing. This is just a. So, what could be broken about it? Is it the mouth bit? Jon can't see any breaks or cracks. There's nothing stuffed into it, and yet he says it's broken. The word usage is interesting because the Lord of Winterfell, the King of Winter at the time, was Brandon the Breaker. Could he have broken the Horn of Winter? It's entirely possible. Can it be unbroken in some way? We'll have to wait and see. So my instinct is that is the Horn of Winter, for reasons that I went into over a couple of hours worth of videos. I think probably its use will be to be raising the statues from the crypts of Winterfell, who do appear to be giant sized, incidentally. Every description of them, if people are looking at them, they're looking up at them. If they're reaching out their hand, then they touch a knee. When they're sat down, it's not them reaching down a hand. Everything seems to imply these are big, tall statues. But yeah, so I like the idea. It's good thinking. But no, I'm still of the opinion that that's the Horn of Winter. Mouse Ballerina, why isn't Rhaegal the white dragon to mimic Ghost? I wish I had a good answer to that one. Sometimes George R. R. Martin doesn't tie everything in exactly the way that we want him to. That's all I can say. That yeah, maybe if he'd thought about it at the time. I think we have to remember that the world, the story as we're at now, and the world is so much more complex than when he started writing this. When he started writing this, he thought he was writing a trilogy, 3 books. And it has expanded and expanded and expanded. And we've got new characters and we've got new bits of foreshadowing. We've got this, we've got that, the other. Some of the things that are there in the very beginning are... It's not that they've had less thought put into them, but but they have had less thought put into them, in as much as there's these are not the end thoughts after decades of plotting a wider narrative with histories and everything like that. This is so an example is the Blackfire Rebellion. Now, that wasn't really a thing. It was just like a little footnote in George's mind. When the Hedge Knight was written, no, there's no real mention of it. When we get to the Swan Sword, suddenly this is a huge background piece of information. So the earlier story is a lot simpler. Now, when they adapted that for the TV, they added in Blackfire Rebellion mentions, which I really liked. But the original story didn't have them because this was a smaller, simpler world at the time. And I didn't mean to saying that horn noise was exact. Well, exactly. That's that. I hate to spoil things for you. That is what the Horn of Winter will sound like. Alex Hops saying Viking horns are actually quite hard to sound properly. I can well believe it. And let's go to last question I've got from my patrons. So yeah, any more questions in the chat? I'll come back to this after this. This is a Tolkien one from John McAndrew, saying, "It occurs to me that the great beasts of Middle-earth, wargs, oliphants, trolls, fell beasts, etc., are all allies of evil. I understand some of this is due to have been corrupted or enslaved or created by the Dark Power, but do you know of any instances of wild creatures being firm allies of the free people? I imagine part of this can be attributed to the fact that the good virtues include self-determination and personal autonomy. So Ents, Huorns, and Beornings, while occasionally on the good side, are free to pursue their own destinies. It just feels like Team Good would have more natural allies, given their respect and fair treatment of their cohabitants. Also, it seems like trolls took a bit of a turn between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. But I wondered if there's any hint whether there are any more wild, clumsy trolls in Middle-earth, or we just assume that by the end of the Third Age they're all just bad." Right, so to pick off the trolls thing, yeah, so the trolls that appear in The Hobbit are, I mean, they're not nice, but they're independent. Yeah, they're clumsy, a bit stupid, but they're not working on behalf of the great evil of Sauron or something like that. They're free trolls, and their history, as far as we can tell, is they were mountain trolls, and they sort of come down from there. Now, that was we were talking a moment ago about things are smaller and simpler earlier on in the writing process. The Hobbit is a simpler tale. It has to be said. Yes, Tolkien had his whole background, his world building that's there, but he was deliberately making The Hobbit a simple tale. And trolls are simple folk, and actually quite comedic. So there's a lot more of the comedy and the light, obviously, in The Hobbit than there is in The Lord of the Rings. By the time we get to The Lord of the Rings, the trolls that we see, they put a cave troll, and trolls that happen down in the battles down in and around Mordor. These are trolls that are controlled by Sauron or orcs or someone. So the trolls they're the same. You're right, Tolkien does change his mind on a number of things going through time. I haven't really seen that with the trolls. I think that the difference here is that free trolls, who probably come from a long line of trolls who were based up in the north, maybe even in Angmar, that part of the world, and they've just kind of like worked their way down south, but not under control of any great power. The trolls we see in The Lord of the Rings are under control of a great power. So that's the big, and I think you've hit the nail on the head here with this freedom point, is that yes, Tolkien writes about good versus evil, but it's the free peoples. It's not called the good peoples, it's the free peoples. And the free peoples against the enslaved peoples, really. This is a freedom against anti-freedom kind of thing, as much as anything else for Tolkien. And yes, freedom means that there are more that there are some people who take that freedom and just use it, and they're just free. They don't feel the responsibility to be facing up against the evil in the world, and so yeah, we got someone like Beorn and Beornings. It's complicated. They largely Beorn keeps himself to himself, but he does also face up against the orcs and the goblins. He's a huge enemy to them. Treebeard and the Ents, they do step up in this story. In terms of others, there's obviously the Great Eagles. The Great Eagles are very much on the side of good, and there is what else do we have? The Mearas, the Shadowfax, and the sort of horses of the West. So what you often find with Tolkien is that you get a type of a good or a free beast of some kind, or creature that Morgoth then made his own version of. a corrupted version of in some way. So the orcs are corrupted versions of the elves. Tolkien changed his mind quite a bit on the technicalities of that, how literally they are corrupted as opposed to created from something else, because he obviously couldn't create something out of nothing. But orcs are this mockery of elves. And then you get Treebeard says that he thinks that trolls are a mockery of Ents, which again kind of makes sense. And there's a lot of speculation that dragons might be a kind of a mockery of the great eagles. So often you get this kind of balance within Tolkien. You get the original, the good, which Morgoth has created his own corrupted version of. So yes, it's there are a lot of big, nasty, gribbly, evil monsters, but there are also quite a lot of good creatures in Tolkien's world. It's just that the good means freedom, and freedom means not necessarily having to do stuff. Whenever Sauron wants an army, he just calls all of the things to him, and they have to do what Sauron says. If the forces of good are trying to oppose that, then they could try calling on Treebeard, but Treebeard may not be responding at that particular time. They could ask the eagles, but the eagles have got the freedom, and they are there to be carrying messages, not burdens, etc. So the good side comes with freedom, which means fewer automatic allies. Okay, let's have a quick flick through the chat. Alex Hops saying can't wait till August for answers in this play. Yes, absolutely. The Land of Always Winter, Last Red Star. It only gets one mention, but it gets passing references, but it's basically the far north. So it's just where that is, and this is where the others come from. The Heart of Winter seems to be like their home base. That just gets the one mention. But the Lands of Always Winter are, if you go beyond the wall and then beyond the Haunted Forest and then beyond the Frostfangs, you start getting into the Land of Always Winter. April may or may not saying Mance put the horn there. Ghost isn't himself completely when north of the wall. Mance planted it knowing Ghost would find it, that Jon would blow it. My take is that Bloodraven put it there. It's wrapped in a Night's Watch cloak, and Bloodraven seems to be walking into Ghost quite a lot, and that is why Ghost sort of went off there. Buttoned Up Reader saying the eagles and that lad who's mates with the bears. Yeah, absolutely, those ones there. Right. Okay, I think with that, let's start bringing this to a close. I think next week I will do a pre-record. I'll do a Lord of the Rings one. I'm going to do it about Lothlorien. I will post this over on Patreon, gather some questions. I'll probably pre-record that Saturday or Sunday. I haven't decided yet. And then the week after that, we'll come back to do a Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Keep an eye out on the main channel for the Aegon's Invasion series that's starting to kick off. I've done one of them so far. I've got another 2 or 3 of them written. We're going to work all our way through Aegon's Conquest, not just focusing in on what happened, but also what the why and what the implications are for the main story, because there are implications that are still rolling forward for the main story for what happened there. And what else should I say? If you are here on YouTube, in the chat, could you give a bit of love to the moderators? They're absolutely fantastic. I hugely appreciate that. Patrons, can I give my thanks to you? I hugely appreciate you. If you would like to support the channel, best way to do that is through Patreon, probably a link somewhere. And if you are watching this back a little bit later on YouTube, appearing somewhere here is a link to other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere here is a link to Patreon. So that is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again soon.